Everybody, it's nearly 9:30, but we'll kick off 30 seconds early. We'll start with a karakia. Mā te whakarongo, mā te kōrero, mā te nākau, mā te wairua, mā te manaaki mai, mā te manaaki atu, ka puawai, te maramatanga, tihei, mō. Through listening, through talking, from the heart, from the spirit, through giving and receiving respect, understanding will bloom. This is the essence of life. Thank you. Welcome everyone to our council meeting on the 8th of November, and welcome to everyone over there that's coming along to speak. I'll kick off with the normal housekeeping bits and bobs. So toilets are just outside the door there on your right. If we need to evacuate for any reason, please go down the stairs, and assembly is out in Space Street. Please don't use the lift. Earthquake, drop, cover and hold. And just make sure that our phones are on silent. And also a reminder that these proceedings are being recorded for the purpose of live video, both live streaming and downloading. So by remaining in this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed for viewing by the public. So we don't have any apologies today, apart from Councillor O'Brien, who's running a little bit late, and we've got Councillor Wilson coming in shortly on Teams. I think there's technical issues. So yeah, they'll both be late. So, thank you. All those in favour? That's carried. Do we have any leave of absence coming out? Welcome back, Councillor Byers from you. Thank you. Do we have any leave of absence?
I'm away the week from the 13th to the end of that week is 20th.
Of November?
Yes.
Councillor
December, I'm away.
So the 4th to 8th. Thank you.
Can I please have a mover and a seconder for those? Councillor Menzies, Councillor Spragan. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Do we have any conflict of interest for items on the agenda today? There being none, I don't believe we've got any extraordinary items.
Definitely not.
Which takes us to the confirmation of the minutes for our last meeting held on the 25th of October, which is on page 6 of your agenda. We have someone in those, Councillor Fraser, Councillor Keys.
Councillor Fraser wasn't at the meeting.
Yeah, I might have missed that one. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Or was it Finance and Insurance Committee that?
I was at Finance and Insurance.
Just a quick question. What are the times beside the names? Like mine 10:02 to 10:17.
Oh right, you got up and left the meeting. So that was, you were out of the meeting for a few minutes, and then contained in the minutes it shows where you left the meeting and when you came back, because you may have missed a vote on something. If it's got no time next to it, you were here for the whole meeting, and you were present for all the votes. Makes sense?
You're saying I was away from 10:02 to 11:17. Is that what it's saying?
You were here at that time.
Here for that period.
Oh, right, okay.
You comfortable with that? Cool. So we're going to move in a second.
Yep.
All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. Now, I don't believe we've got any public participation, so I'll move forwards to our first report, which is the community update for Active Southland updated spaces and places strategy. And we've got Tim and Jess and Jenna. And this is on page 25 of your agenda. Welcome along, Jess. Yeah.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Good morning, Mayor Scott. Good morning, councillors. I'm Tim Fletcher, the Spaces and Places Lead at Active Southland, and to my right.
Ko Jenna Ingawa. I'm the Southland District Open Spaces Activator.
Kia ora again, it's lovely to be back with you. Ko Jess Domigan tōku ingoa. I'm the General Manager of Regional Leadership and Performance. So, hand back to you, Tim.
Great. Jess, can you click forward? Who's going to We'll sort out the logistics. Who's doing what here? Good morning. So we're just taking the opportunity this morning to come and speak about the refresh of the Spaces and Places strategy. The Spaces and Places strategy is a vision for Southland that is about a network of facilities in sport and recreation, and enabling people to engage in activities of their choice. Can we move forward? So how did this come about? In 2021, there was an original strategy created for Spaces and Places, and this was born out of a desire for better partnerships and collaboration through the region. We have to acknowledge that we are a region blessed with many great sporting and recreation facilities, but accompanying this, we also have a lot that are no longer fit for use, that are old and have deferred maintenance. And there was an acknowledgement from funders and councils and those working in the system that we do not have the funds to invest in all of them as we move forward. Therefore, the strategy was developed and was released in 2021. And its main focus is on working together so we can create a sustainable future. I'd just like to highlight that every region in New Zealand does have a Spaces and Places program. We move forward. So since 2021, we've been bringing together the parties that you see on the slide. So that includes all the territorial authorities in Southland, the main funders, local funders, Sport New Zealand, and we also now have lotteries, so DIA on there, Māori representation, and of course Sport New Zealand and ourselves make up that group. This group comes together regularly to talk about and share information on the system. Right from the beginning, myself was tasked with data collection, an acknowledgement that in Southland we have not traditionally been very astute with collecting information, and we would like to get better at it so we can make decisions. We've commissioned and had a sports field strategy done, which is also a regional approach that all three TAs invested in, that provides information on how a sports field network should be invested in the future. We've also adopted the common approach from around the country of trying to encourage community to create hubs, which is about collaboration and partnerships. And through this process of working with the 2021 strategy, it was recognised that some of it wasn't fit for purpose, and that a refresh would be of value to the group. So can you click again through, please? So part of that acknowledgement was that a strategy that aligned with the LTP process would be really practical for council staff in terms of looking at investment and lining up with documentation, and less of a focus on specific facilities, but more of a robust framework and principles to work to. That aligned with other strategies across the region. Now, those strategies, of course, in the context of SDC, is really the open spaces strategy, which you have. And the Spaces and Places really falls under the green and grey areas of that strategy. Indeed, it also aligns with desired outcomes. Thanks, Jess. So we're looking for a regional approach to our Spaces and Places, which is, as we've talked to, around partnerships and collaboration. And we're really looking for outcomes which are facilities and places which are flexible, can be used for multiple activities, inclusive and accessible, and they're really optimised so that we can have a sustainable future where people can participate and recreate in the way that they would like. So as I've said, the new strategy really looked at having outcomes that were aligned and principles that were aligned with the sports field and the open spaces strategy. When we talk about an evidence approach, the Spaces and Places team has set out to start collecting evidence, and in some cases analysing some of that. We've been more proactive in having sport and regional sport organisations collect their membership data, which was also a benefit to them that we're trying to upskill them with. We're collecting data on participation, so knowing where facilities are being used, and actually on the facilities themselves. So what is the state of some of those buildings and spaces We've started using tools to look at that data in the context of mapping and social demographic information that's available. And we also are connected to a Spaces and Places network around New Zealand and look at examples around the globe. So I'd just like to talk quickly about sport and recreation hubs, which are something that has been in practice or implemented around New Zealand for the last 40 years. They are essentially a collective of clubs coming together to work, to set themselves up in a new entity where that new entity umbrellas those clubs and they can work for the greater good of a collective. They have a really good track record around the country of making the buildings and facilities that are accompanied to them more sustainable, increasing participation levels, and being able to be driven by community and having community be self-determined in the way that they want to use the spaces and participate in their region. Currently, you might recognise the tower in that slide. We are working with 12 sport and recreation groups in Winton to establish a hub that has been driven out of distinct need or use for different needs and uses for spaces in Winton, and those sports clubs have come together and recognised that actually working together they might be able to achieve more. Where we are at the moment, we've created a vision, and they're starting to populate a draft constitution with objects about how that hub might like to move forward in the future. This comes off the back of a hub that has been successfully set up in Invercargill and has just appointed its new board. So just to summarise, Spaces and Places is really about providing evidence to the likes of yourselves and other governance structures, maybe in funding organisations, to help guide decision making based on principles and evidence. It is a high level set of criteria. It really looks to align with the other regional and national strategies that populate the country. And it's really about fostering partnerships at all levels. It comes with councils working together, the RSO groups, and also club and community. Coming back to it, it's really about a vision where people are able to participate and engage in activities of their choice in their free time, which we all know is an important part of life and well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Have we got any questions?
How are you today? Back on your slide, you talked about collecting data about the use of the reserves in the facilities. How do you collect that data? Because a lot of those reserves, a lot of people use them out of hours, all the rest of it. How do you actually know that your data is correct about the use of those facilities and reserves?
That's actually a really good question, and it's not an easy one to solve. There are some data tools available now that we're investigating. For example, you can collect data on movement, which is there's aggregated data on cell phones. So, for example, I know it starts to get eye-raising.
Being watched, you
right, everybody is being watched. Right. You sign away, every time you use your phone, you sign away a certain amount of your privacy. But this data that we could get is aggregated, so it's not individual. And you could look at how many people with cell phones were at a certain reserve over a certain period of time. So that starts to be indicative of, like, for example, if you put in a new activity, let's say disc golf, we could look at the movement data, they call it movement data, beforehand and after, to compare, say, has there been any uptake in use there? We need to start being a little bit more savvy about these tools that are available to us to be able to make decisions.
really interesting. I'm not going to take my cell phone anywhere now. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the update, and you're talking specifically about a refresh of the strategy. When might that be available for us to be able to read and
Immediately.
So it's available now? Thank you. And you'll provide it?
No, I don't think we can provide it.
Thank you.
Fiona just said she could put it up on the hub.
If someone sends me the file.
Yes. So in terms of the strategy being done, has Southland's part of it come from our open spaces? Look, I guess the question I'm trying to ask is, have our elected members had the ability to kind of feed into the strategy, or will they have the opportunity to feed into the strategy at all?
So the strategy has been through a process of consultation through community groups and the sporting groups. So those have been the avenues that have been used through both iterations of the strategy.
But not the community boards per se, has it been more?
So we did have community partner. So some of the CPLs came to some of those consultation processes.
Any further questions? Cool. Well, thank you very much for coming along and updating us. Much appreciated.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we've got a recommendation in here that we acknowledge the attendance of active staff in the meeting to update on the Spaces and Places strategy. I'll move that from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ruddencourt. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so our next item is 7.2, which is the Southland Warm Homes Trust. So we've got Alan Beck, Ruben Sloper, and Simona Beck. This is on page 27 of the agenda. Welcome. Yours.
Kia ora, Mayor Scott, Southland District Councillors and staff. Thank you for inviting us to be present today to speak on the Southland Warm Homes Trust work and why we are asking you to continue a grant in your long-term plan budget. I'm Leslie Soper, the current chair of the trust and one of the Electricity Invercargill appointees. With me are Alan Beck, Financial Controller for PowerNet, who manages the finances and reports for the trust, and Samaria Beaton, General Manager of Aurora Synergy, a long-standing contractor and partner for the insulation and heating installation work. The trust was established in 2008 by Electricity Invercargill and Southland Electric Power Supply because it was well recognised that Invercargill and Southland was a region full of old, cold homes and that we could do something about that as to serious energy efficiency improvements. Since then, we've spent 15 years in conjunction with the government's Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority, known as ECA, and other stakeholders like Aurora Synergy, Environment Southland, and Whaka Ora, in providing nearly 9,000 home installation retrofits and 1,400 heat pump or wood burner installations, as well as some additional initiatives we've created around those with high health needs and in financial hardship. I'll let Alan and Samaria add more detail on the stats and the actual process, but I will just emphasise one very important point of which trustees are proud. For every insulation dollar we spend developing warmer, drier homes, the return is $4.70 gained in savings in foot traffic going through hospital doors, in days off work, and in lost days off school due to preventable health issues like asthma and other respiratory illnesses. That's the benefit of your continued funding. And as we know from ECA's conservation estimates, we have at least another 5,000 Southland homes to get to yet. We would really appreciate the continued funding from the Southland District Council. I'll invite Alan and then perhaps Samaria to add some details before questions.
Thank you, Leslie. Kia ora, everybody. So on our presentation here, we'd just like to explain how the Southland Warm Homes Trust fits into the program and where the funding goes that we receive from the various funding community support that we receive. So on our diagram here, we have the Southland Warm Homes Trust, which contributes to, on the right hand in the middle diagram there, we see the 15% that the Southland Warm Homes Trust currently offers to help those homeowners, low-income homeowners, generally those under the Warmer Kiwi Homes program who qualify due to having low income or living in a low socioeconomic area. So the Warm Homes Trust works in conjunction with the ECA program, Warmer Kiwi Homes, and Warmer Kiwi Homes has contracted several installers of home insulation or efficient heating appliances, whether it be heat pump or wood burners. So the current scheme, and the Warm Homes Trust over the last 15 years has worked with the government and ECA on the various different schemes. They have changed from time to time, depending on the support from the government and the level of funding. Currently, the Warmer Kiwi Homes program, a low-income homeowner would be eligible for 80% funding from the government, and the Southland Warm Homes Trust contributes a further 15%. So the aim is to make it as affordable as possible to those that would otherwise not be able to afford this program and receive the benefits, the health benefits and wellbeing benefits from having a warmer home, an insulated warmer home. And especially as the government recognised in its May 2023 wellbeing budget that living costs are increasing, and they provide an extra $400 million in support to this program as a way of being able to help these families be more efficient with their heating and save on their energy costs. So we see that that commitment out to 2027 now from the government, and for the Southland Warm Homes Trust working in alongside ECA's program to try and the equivalent in cost for a homeowner, say for an average installation of insulation, could be about $3,000. They would be required to find 20% of that cost. So the Warm Homes Trust helps to contribute about $450 of the $600 that they would otherwise have to find. And in a lot of the cases that Samaria and the great team at Aotearoa Synergy see, that makes a big difference to some families being able to afford to have this insulation or an efficient heating source or not. And as Leslie mentioned, there are other programs and support that we provide for those that fall just outside of the Warmer Kiwi Homes, whether it be for a high health need or other reasons there. In some cases, financial hardship assistance. So those that can't afford the 5% on their own, but it would have a very beneficial need to have that. We have applications and a referral process for that. So 95% of the Trust's funding goes towards the Warmer Kiwi Homes program work. To give an indication of the success of the program, just in the last 2 years, the program itself has insulated and provided heating to over 1,000 homes in Southland. Sorry, 1,000 installations. So in some cases, some homes may qualify for a heating upgrade or a heat pump as well as insulation. And under the rules, anybody receiving the heating must have insulation up to the required standard before they can have that heating. So in those cases, the Trust would contribute to both those installations. And in the last 12 months, of the 1,016 contributions, 147 of those were within the Southland District region, which is directly where the funding, the $35,000 that we received in the last 12 months, would have been utilised. The indication there of the total amount of funding, 540,000, was the last 2 years have been very strong, and we have in the past had a degree of reserves that had carried over from when the scheme was less popular, and we struggled to get the uptake from the families as we do at present. But under the 95% subsidy, we're getting a very good uptake, and we have used those the reserves to offset where we have a funding shortfall for this year. So looking forward, we very much appreciate the funding support of the local community funding providers. The contributions will continue through the next 3.5 to 4 years to 2027 in support of the ECA program. In that May budget announcement, the government also announced that the Warmer Kiwi Homes program will actually be broadened as well. So they're looking at extending the criteria because they're seeing the real benefits and improvement in the standard of New Zealand homes through this program and the associated health benefits that come from that. So they're looking to add further items outside of insulation and the heat pump or wood burners. So that's to look forward to in the future. And we'll still continue with our Healthier Homes initiative. That's also another scheme working in conjunction with Te Whare Ora, where there are some families who are living in properties where the families are continually appearing at hospital due to cold, damp living conditions, and they are being referred to this program where there'll be an assessment by Samaria's team, and they may see whether insulation or heating or other things like bedding or curtains or other items that can help to improve the quality of the home and help to prevent further health issues. That's a program that's been running in the North Island for the last few years, and it's been introduced to the South Island just in the last 12 months. So the Southland Homes Trust will provide the small amount of funding to help with each of those home interventions for those small items. There's a good network of suppliers with that.
Okay, so I'll just add in. So I'm Samaria Beaton, I'm from Bluff. I began insulation and heating about almost 19 years ago, which I can't believe it. And you kind of think, oh, it should be done by now, you know. But the reality is we only kind of get to about 500 homes a year. We've got roughly about 50,000 in Southland, so there is still quite a lot more that need to be done. And people ask me that all the time, and I'm like, it continues, because also the insulation that was put in like years ago, it degrades, and we need to update. And the other key thing about Southland, you know, we're cold, we're the deep south, we're in zone 6, the country's been divided up, we're one of the coldest regions. We've got the oldest housing stock in the whole country. With the oldest housing stock, our houses are larger. We're about 110 square metres on average compared to the rest of the country, which are about 90. So we need more product, we're larger, we've got larger areas to heat, and energy hardship is a real thing. You know, we've got the living crisis happening, and energy hardship is just as bad. We come across a lot of elderly that will turn off heating and they will sit in one room or even live in the one room because they're so cold and they can't afford to heat a whole home, you know. It's a real thing, and putting in insulation heating makes a huge difference, and it does change people's lives. The other part of what I do is education, which is a big passion of mine. Like, I recently went to the Chathams this year, FYI, to go and teach about this stuff, so I love it. And on average, our old homes hold about 1 tonne of moisture. And that's been researched by brands, and that's from moisture coming up from underneath. So you have about 20 to 60 litres of moisture coming up underneath the ground every day. So it accumulates, right? And then as us living inside a home, you know, we have people that still dry their clothes inside, so that's tipping 5 litres of moisture inside your home. So on average, a home, humans, we produce about 8 to 10 litres of moisture per day. Our homes can only really handle about 2 litres. We've got to get rid of the remaining 8 litres. If you don't get rid of that moisture, the dampness builds up and it's hard to heat, and then we have a lot of hospital admissions and everything else. So the HHI program that Alan's talking about, that's attracted more funding to the region. So I want to acknowledge that everyone's support here and over the years attracts more government funding. So the more we can leverage off that, the better. So with that funding, it's allowed us to go into homes where very vulnerable families live, like our elderly, pregnant mums, young children that are in and out of hospital. We're able to go and put insulation heating in for free. So they've just announced that recently, as well as put extra curtains for thermal barrier in the bedrooms and everything else, because that moisture is attracted to the coldest part of the rooms. And guess where that is? It's our bedrooms. We don't heat them very well. And we spend a lot of time in our bedrooms. So I love to go and educate on all those sorts of things, but I'm also so grateful that the government has allowed for these other projects to happen, so we can do a lot more than just insulation heating. So, you know, the contribution that you make all contributes to that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, and yeah, thanks for your passion as well. And it astounds me that the amount of moisture in the house. It's quite incredible. But also, I was at the Trade Qual Awards the other day, and there's actually a trade now in installation. So that's actually recognising the importance of insulating. It's become a trade, and I think a 470% return on investment. Pretty impressive.
It's very impressive, and also we get so many people saying thank you for the difference, as Samaria indicated. The difference it makes in people's lives is extraordinary, and people thank us a lot for the fact that we have made that difference. And that difference is possible because we do have the funders who support it and mean that the very good work that Aurora Synergy does really delivers.
Are there any questions from my part?
If I may ask, what is the criteria right now around the income for someone to be eligible for this? What do we classify as?
So, own your own home, have either a community service card or live in deprivation 7, 8, 9, 10. So we just encourage people to send their details to us and we can check the databases and everything else.
Deprivation 7, 8, 9, 10. What does that translate into?
So they're kind of like the low socioeconomic areas of the community in Southland. So
you're saying those are being widened now?
Yes, so it was only 8, 9, 10, but now it's opened up to 7. And I think just with the living crisis and everything else, I think the government's kind of broadened it out because it is affecting middle class income earners.
Right. And one thing is, have we done something to make people a bit more self-reliant, say curtain banks and stuff like that, or are we pretty much helping them right till the very end and not helping them help their own selves?
Oh, we do a lot of education because a lot of it is the way we as humans are inside a home, you know, like by drying clothes inside, that's actually not going to help. So there is a bit of education, and there has been debate over the years whether we make the scheme free or not, and I'm all for they need to put some game and, you know, put some
skin in the game.
Yeah, sorry, that's the thing. So I'm not all for giving everything. I think there is definitely a two-way thing.
And from experience, we have had it free in the past, and just the interactions in the actual operation is a lot more difficult if it's fully funded, whereas that 5% makes quite a difference too.
Because like, my neighbour got it for free, why can't I get it for free? And it's like, so actually when the scheme, when they do have to put some money in, it helps the whole region. And if there is people that are really in desperate hardship, we will come back to Southland Homes Trust with a bit of an application, but we'll make sure that they're working with Jubilee budgeting or social services to kind of ensure that it is a legitimate.
More towards self-reliance rather than dependency on the state.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
The other referral, I think as the others mentioned, we get a lot of referrals from Te Whatu Ora for the frequent flyer families where particularly the children are turning up at the emergency department frequently with respiratory illnesses. So that's another source of referrals for us.
Councillor Menzies?
Thank you, Worship. Really interesting information on what is a very valuable service. Leslie, you mentioned another 5,000 homes yet. Is that in Southland, and is that people have indicated an interest, or is that your estimate from the data you
have.
So ECA's data, as recently as April this
That was
year,
provided in April.
estimated 5,100, and Samaria will be able to tell you that we have about 1,000
Assessments that have been
assessments at the moment.
12 months.
Yeah, yeah. And that's in the Southland province as opposed to Invercargill
Invercargill and Southland.
You've got that data separated up there, which is
Separate
really useful.
Southland, Gore and Invercargill.
And that's only the ones that are eligible for the ECA criteria. So there still could be ones that sit outside of that still need insulation.
Yes, or there's many of our families are renting premises that are equal concern, if not more.
Yeah, so I'll just add into that, the good thing about the Healthy Homes Initiative, the hospital, we can work with rentals, with tenants, and we can put curtains and other things in those properties, but we can't do the insulation heating because that's under the landlords.
Yes.
That. And it's we've got a housing crisis, so we've got to try and negotiate if they haven't got it with the landlord, and not everyone wants that, so we try and help with other strategies around that to lift the temperature in the homes. It's not easy, but...
And at our project meetings that we have on a quarterly basis, we have representatives from different stakeholders and talk about opportunities and whether the funding can be best spent. And review that. So if there's other opportunities that come up like this.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Thanks, Rob. Where does wool sit in the insulation?
Oh, I love wool. Yeah, so we...
Supporting the Southland Fund?
I totally love wool. Wool is such a good product. It's the premier product. Unfortunately, the price point of it didn't fit into the government scheme. Years ago, we used to have it subsidised, but it just becomes too expensive. And we get it from Christchurch. There's a company called Terralana that make it up there. So... farmers love it and they all purchase it, which is fantastic, but I wish it was cheaper and we would use it all the time. But the other product we do use is a polyester made out of recycled plastic bottles, and it's made in Milton, just up the road actually. So,
Councillor Duffy.
Yeah, I noticed there was 6 homes, I think, in Clutha that, so does that extend out to that area?
It does actually extend to the electricity network region boundaries, and they do just, I think it's Milton, Tapanui, and Kingston. So it's just little parts of West Otago, and that was within the trust deed when they created the Southland Homes Trust. It was settled between the Southland Power Trust and Electricity Invercargill, who are the main funders to the trust. So for that reason, they extended it to their boundaries. And we do have a small number of properties from time to time.
Okay. I remember asking at a previous presentation a few years ago, I'd suggest, I just think there's a room to lobby for support of wall.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Encourage the council to do that.
Yeah.
Are there any further councillors?
We don't own any sheep.
It's an opportunity, though, isn't it?
No, I love wool. It's a good product. Yeah.
Your Worship, yeah, it's a very noble vocation that you guys have undertaken, and ticks a lot of boxes. And I certainly understand the level of investment versus the relative, not only health benefits but the economic benefits overall to everyone. Everyone wins in this scenario, so I understand that. The fact that we have the oldest housing stock and the largest housing stock in the country is a real concern, and it really begs the question. Also based on our population, the argument around smaller houses, modular builds, passive house design, and incorporating that innovation into that space. That technology exists, and I think it's probably up to us to be part of the cog in the machine to try and implement that more. Do you think that we as a council are doing enough in that space, or is there room for improvement?
Don't get me started. Right. I totally agree with what you're saying. I'm actually going to a passive housing conference next week in Christchurch. As a whole country, we're way behind internationally. I think we have this mentality of building big, massive houses with only 2 people living in them, to be honest. Like, I'm not hopefully I don't offend anyone, but you know, that mentality
Don't
of
worry about offending anyone.
let's.
Please don't worry about it. We're not here to worry about that. We're
Yeah.
here to hear what you have to say.
I think we don't think about let's reduce the square meterage and upgrade. Like even I'm on the Installation Association of New Zealand, and we've just had the changes under the Building Act to increase the insulation R value ratings. We're still, compared to the rest of the world, still low. You know, like it's and we've got climate change. We've got both ways. Insulation helps keep the heat out in the summer, so you're not overheating, and as well as in winter, keep the warmth in. And we, just as a nation, we're still quite a bit behind, and that's why I love going out and educating about these things. We need to do more, and I don't have the answers, but I think every space we can be in, if we can plug away at that and how important it is, then we're doing our job. Because insulation, you don't see it. You know, it's not a big seller, is it? Like big TV, you buy that, you can see that, but insulation, no.
Benefits of it last for several years too.
Yeah.
It's not just a 1 year
Years and
benefit.
years.
It's many years for that investment.
So yes, councils can do more to make it easier for that sort of housing development to be something people decide to build.
And sorry, can I just add on another note? So with our oldest housing stock, the government are researching into kind of like what are the next products or upgrades we should be doing in the home. So ECA are actively working in that space. So as time goes on, I think we will have more programs to help with the older housing stock to upgrade them a bit more, but they just don't have the answers yet.
So I suppose from both sides of the ledger, we're equally motivated because at some point this level of funding or this kind of funding will become redundant at some stage. That's the reality of the situation, based on the figures that you've given us today. So I suppose that's food for thought in that respect too. Would that be a fair comment?
The houses that are built from now on are actually better from the very beginning.
Right. And those that qualify right now for the program get a chance to make that upgrade.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I see Teresa sitting at the back of the room, and we, as council, we have been talking about housing, so I know that we were very aware of the issues around our housing stock. I guess it's interesting to see what the upgrades for. We'll be interested to see what the upgrades are for houses moving forwards. I think from a council perspective, the interesting part for us is that continuing to be really supportive of your work, but also recognising that everything that's done can hold people in appropriate homes as well. So I would just like to put that on the table as well. So, you know, I think when we've been discussing housing so far, I was really interested in your comment around, you know, those houses are too large for those elderly people. They can still only afford to heat probably one room, even after potentially an upgrade is done. So by having those people continuing to be stuck in those homes, we're not actually helping our overall housing situation.
Remember too that a lot of the old cold homes in Otago and Southland, you can't get under the floor.
No.
So in fact, Samaria's team can't necessarily always do
the ideal job.
Installation job.
That's good.
But it also ties in with that beyond 25 planning and all that sort of brownfields development and all of that. It's good to see sort of alignment coming through, and I think we can incorporate that into the work we're doing. Are there any further questions? Oh, thanks very much, Samaria, and Ellen. We really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And it's at the top of the cliff type work. It's really good stuff, and thank you for all the good work you've been doing. So, and thanks for coming along.
Thank you.
So just their recommendation is that we thank the Southland just for their update. So,
Samaria.
Seconded by Councillor Keast. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye.
It was very good.
Very.
Okay. Cheers.
Okay, so 7.3 is coming at 1 p.m. So we're just going to jump through some Teresa's sitting down the back to 7.5, which is the smoke vape free open spaces policy and adoption. So page 33 of your agenda.
Good morning, Your Worship and Councillors. So today we seek approval for the adoption of the smoke vape-free open spaces policy. So we've been up for pre-engagement and formal consultation, and that resulted in 9 submissions. So that was 6 in support and 3 opposed, but one of those opposed indicated that they didn't think that the policy went far enough. At the council 4th of October meeting, you heard one. So following submissions, we made some minor amendments to the policy, and they are: outside council buildings will be included, the deletion of the type 1 and 2 areas, and that's been replaced by priority areas, so then we can focus awareness on the best areas within each location type. The timeframe for the communications plan has been deleted because that's underway and will be implemented very shortly, and we thought that given the long timeframe of the policy, it wasn't appropriate to put in there. Events on council land will now be promoted as being smoke and vape free rather than may be promoted. All leases, licences and agreements will now include a clause highlighting the purposes of this policy. The definition of a park has been included to clarify the definition. And the policy review will be 10 years unless required beforehand, and that's just to minimise avoiding unnecessary policy reviews. So given the support from the community, the policy continues to encourage smoke-free open spaces with the addition of vape-free open spaces. So we're happy to take any questions. I've got Angie here with me.
Thank you, Teresa. So the final stage in the process of this policy. Have you got any questions? Councillor Duffy?
I support what the aims are, etc. I just wonder on council-owned land such as recreation reserves where there's rugby clubs and rugby games, etc. And actually there's smoking areas outside of some of those premises that people are encouraged to go to. So I just wonder how all that ties in and what effectively we can really do.
Yeah, it is we can't enforce it. And they want to encourage it outside of the buildings. So their lease is only over the footprint generally for those, so they are, I guess, guiding them to be outside. So it does create a bit of a tricky situation, and I don't know if you've got any...
You've kind of summed it up. Yeah, most rugby clubs, etc., have a lease over the building footprint, and that's covered obviously the internal smoke-free things, and they'll go outside generally and have a smokers area, and it's quite defined. This just, I guess, reinforces that in the general open spaces that we would encourage clubs and groups to promote smoke and vape free as much as possible, but because we can't enforce that, we always work with clubs, we always work with sports groups, we always work with any event holder to encourage any of our policies, and that's why the use promotes in this particular policy. And that came through the submissions from my understanding that there is still a essence out there in some of our community that we also don't want to be telling every individual their personal choices, but as a council we are looking holistically at promoting that healthy lifestyle of smoke-free and vape-free. So these, without the enforcement layer, it's tricky. We cannot enforce them. But, certainly in the past we haven't had any issues when we've had discussions with clubs about, and there has been a couple, about just making sure that there is a defined area, and those areas are away from any playgrounds or any spaces that they already know their club, the family and the children go. Generally they go around the back or to the side of the building. So.
I've got Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Menzies.
Thanks, Sam. I just wanted a little bit of clarity around events supported by council but not on council land. Is support referring to contribution towards the event, or is support also including the processing of a resource consent for the event. So I guess, for example, if there's an event going on in the district and the event organizer is required to get a resource consent, are they going to need to jump through hoops regarding that, promoting not being smoke or vape, or will it not fall into the resource consent process?
So this policy only relates to council land, and if there's an event on council land, it will be an application to the open spaces team to go through that, and it will go through that avenue rather than the resource consent. Even if a resource consent's also required, it will be handled through the open spaces team.
So I guess the question being, when it says events supported by council will be encouraged to be smoke vape free, just wondering whether that is going to fall into a process with the environmental team, as far as the event organisers having to prove that they're encouraging that event to be smoke free, or is that not the case at all?
That will be done through the event application through Angie's team, rather than, is that what you're asking? It's not the planning team.
Yes.
Well, you've got two events with two categories, one on council land, so that would go through, I guess, the open spaces, but the other category is for events supported by council but not on council land. So I'm just wondering what supported by council is referring to, and is resource consent processing a form of council support, or is that talking about council supporting financially an event and helping put that event on, and actually helping promote and present that event? Just wanting to check it doesn't cross into support of council, including resource consent processing.
So, no, it's not going to create extra hoops for anybody on our land or outside of it. The reason that was a discussion point and decided to go in there is because also to make things easier, because when people look up events, if they find this particular part, and we didn't talk about not on council owned land, but in sometimes there is events that come through for, say, a building exemption for a marquee or something like that, and that might be the only council input. By putting this in here, all staff are reminded that we would only encourage, we're not enforcing, we're not putting any hoops in place. And yes, to your point, that was a discussion that brought through, I think, a submission question about what about council, shouldn't be involved in any events where there's not a smoke-free, vape-free policy. And after discussing that, we didn't feel that was a position we could take, nor should we take. For example, field days, if we go and participate and we have a tent there, which is vital to our community and to our undertakings, we would still encourage for smoke-free, and maybe in our space that's what we might do, but we certainly are not going to enforce anything. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. Thanks for that. Cheers.
Cool, thanks, Pat. Councillor Menzies?
I think my question has been answered by Ange since I put my hand up in your final comment. It was just on those facilities. You're encouraging those facilities to provide an area where it is smoke-free or vape-free. And I was thinking often people, because it's often cold in Southland, are just going outside the door, and that's where the vaping and smoking occurs. But you talked about they're encouraged to provide somewhere else that enables people to enter and exit the buildings without being subject to smoke.
Absolutely. Especially with events, and I've got an example from last week. So we had a event production company wanting to run an event on council land, and one of the discussions we had just naturally was like, what's your planning at this stage about smoking and vaping? And to be honest, they straight away said, we are going to be a smoke-free event. Vaping, they're not, but they are definitely going to encourage that vaping to be to not occur, but they are also going to promote, which was great because it was a great tester for this, promote vaping to happen completely away from all the family areas, all of the play areas. But yeah, so it was just, it's about encouragement and promotion for healthy outcomes within LD.
Cool, thank you. No further questions? We'll go to the recommendations on page 34. What we've got here is we're considering the feedback received in the draft smoke and vape-free open spaces policy, and we're resolving to adopt the draft policy, which is appended to the minutes.
Yeah, it will be appended to the minutes.
Is someone in a position to Councillor Lindsay, seconded by Councillor Keast? There's no further discussion on that. There's not. I'll put the motion. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anybody against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, I'll go back to the. No, I might go back to the Mayor's report now. So 7.4 on page 31. Which for my component I'll take as read, but I'll open up for any questions before and I'll also open it up for any councillors to give an update and then they can actually as well. So I guess firstly, has anyone got any questions for anything on my list here? Very self-explanatory. And are there any councillors that wanted to provide an update on anything that they've been involved with? Any questions for any councillors?
I could, Your Worship. So just regarding the Regional Heritage Joint Committee that Councillor Menzies and myself are on, we met 3 weeks ago, and formalised the grants application for this year, which we're up considerably on in the past. And there is a issue we're working on to do with procurement of heritage items that come up at short notice for sale. There's a bit to smooth out with that, which will be happening. And reports that I've been circulated to the councils of the financials, etc. And then the other matter my name's connected to there is the Regional Heritage Building and Preservation Trust. They're in the process of making themselves extinct. There's 2 properties that they own, one being Koe Cottage in Riverton, which there's a local trust set up out there which will take on that building. And then there's also the Sinkler's Mining Cottage in Nightcaps that we visited on our tour that is yet to be a solution found for. That's about all.
So did you say with the Heritage Run, the grants are increasing, the number of grants are increasing?
Well, it's just this time we had a lot more applications, so that was good. Yeah. They've been, I think, perhaps COVID's had an effect, or they've been a bit quiet. I can't remember the amount we gave out.
We've got Colin here from
Creative. The allocation meeting is on Friday in Invercargill. Through. I'm unavailable, so Julie is chairing it, and Kieran Owen is going to present the funding art exhibition that a few of us attended in Riverton. He's going to do a presentation on that to the Creative Communities Committee. So thank you, Julie. I really appreciate it.
Just to note that the Southland Regional Land Transport Joint Committee has been postponed later this month.
Right, well, without further ado, I'll welcome Colin Smith from the Arena Community Board. Do you want to come up to the table, please? Thank you for coming along. No problem.
Morning, Your Worship, and everyone else. Thanks for the opportunity to come today. What has the Arena Community Board been up to? Our main project at the moment is the redevelopment of Great North Road. So stage 3, the removal of the last of the trees, due to start shortly when the weather picks up. Don't know when that'll be. The board met on site with a consultant recently for a walk around, and once we receive his concept designs, we'll be taking them back to the community for their input. Our next major project will be the development of the area behind Anzac Oval. This will be a multi-stage project. We are also looking to replace the CCTV cameras in Winton. They're well past their date. Trading in public places bylaw, we have submitted to this. We would like 2 more locations added to it, one in Dipton and one at Browns. We did look at one at Centre Bush, but there is no reserve land there available. We've also a number of questions that we have submitted to NZTA. We meet with them. We were to meet with them a month ago, but they would like the questions in writing, so they had time to provide us with answers. The board has just finished overseeing the planting along the boundary of the Wallistown Cemetery. We have finally reached a solution at the large street slip in the Wallistown with ES. That has taken the best part of 3 years. I'll be keeping an eye on it to make sure it happens. Our community halls, the sale of the Otapiri hall to the community is well down the track, and we continue to work on the MOUs with our other hall communities. Sea spray. This is another project that is coming to Winton. It has certainly got the interest of the Winton community. And while there has been a lot of confusion around the funding of this, a recent public meeting has laid most of it to rest. The board will be making its recommendation at its 20th of November meeting. Falls Reserve in Winton, there has been an investigation of the drainage at the reserve and work done. This has improved things. We are looking at changing the level of service there to give the cricket club a better field to play on. Last year they made bailies at Moores Reserve. The issues of Moores Reserve has helped start the conversation around sporting facilities in Winton. With the help of Active Southland, we have been meeting with sports clubs with the aim to develop a sports hub for Winton. While there's a lot to get your head around, the progress to date has been excellent, and I believe there is a genuine desire to make this work. I seem to be having more conversations about the community's frustration with the environmental and health resource consents and the time it takes to get these issued. We need to encourage business in Winton, not drive it away. A resident of Thompson's Crossing Road West has approached me about not replacing the bridge over the Winton stream. I have spoken to the other affected residents and I'm awaiting their email replies. The general consensus is they don't want to put there. They like the no traffic. Lastly, I would like to thank Councillor Fraser for his work he does in his role as a Southland District Council appointed rep for the Reedy Community Board. Thank you. Any questions?
Just an initial question for me around the Wakakatahi. Have you got particular issues with them?
We're concerned about the issues at the primary school on that intersection of the street and the one coming out of Moores Road. They're our main issues. The other one that was brought to us at our last community board meeting was the Centre Bush State Highway 6 intersection with recent fatalities there. One reason it won't take the children down there to get on the bus anymore because he reckons it's an accident waiting to happen. We've found in the past when we've asked Wakaaraku to answer questions, they can't give us any, so they wanted the questions first, so we'll see what happens.
Are there any questions from the floor for Councillor Duffy?
Just regarding Anzac Oval, I understand that there's no record of the soldiers' names anywhere in Winton, and just wondering if that's something that could be looked at as part of that development.
Well, I think it could be. I've had a number of suggestions of improvements around Anzac Oval, so it will probably tie into that the other project as well. But we have a big area there that's being used by and the last community board. We're looking at developing that, and it's been sitting on the back burner since, and it's getting a high use with trucks being parked there. A lot of through traffic, and it's not actually an open road through there. So we have a lot of dust issues. So it's an area that we need to look at.
Through your worship. Thanks, Colin. It's positive to hear that you've got a good relationship with Active Southland around that sports hub stuff. Can you give us a little bit more detail around what you mean by the sports hub? Like, you know, who are you looking at? Are you looking at like football teams or hockey or
everybody?
Everybody.
since I've been on the community board, we're getting more and more applications coming from sports clubs about maintenance costs and facilities. And Actor Southland has done a research on sporting clubs and facilities around Southland, so we've been thinking along these lines for a while. There's an opportunity for them to call a meeting. And one of the biggest concerns the club is lack of funds, cost of insurance, maintenance. The idea at this point is that the clubs that are coming on board, we're not looking to lose their identity, but we're wanting to put everything under one roof to develop more funding. And as an example, All Reserve have been trying to build the soccer club has been trying to build a club room building for years, and that's going nowhere. And a suggestion was made to me about another building. We talked about it with the cricket people and the athletics club, and all of a sudden I have 3 organisations that are keen on this, which takes numbers from 40 to 100 people actually. And at a recent meeting with Community Trust of Southland, they are more interested in these type of applications for funding rather than individual groups. So the idea is to try and coordinate all our services, get them under one roof, and try and make more use of the existing facilities with other clubs. Like in the past, the soccer club's gone to the top pub for its functions. They should be perhaps going to the Midlands Rugby Club, making more use of that, those sorts of things. I think long term we've got to do something with our sporting facilities in Winton, and this is the start.
So you're confident that now, taking a collaborative approach from football, athletics, cricket, whoever, you're relatively confident that you get something over the line, and that based on that shared cost and interest and the human resource that's required on a consistent, regular basis, that you're going to get somewhere.
Yeah,
you are.
Okay. We've had a couple of goes in the past over the years with trying to amalgamate some of the facilities in Winton, and it didn't happen. And as a result of that, you'll know that most rugby clubs now have all amalgamated, and I think the time's right again to take the next step, and this is the next step. It's been quite successful in other areas. They've started a couple up here in Invercargill under development now. I think once clubs, the initial clubs that go into it and it starts to work, I think other clubs will then come in and join, and it'll grow.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Colin. You mentioned a bridge that the community doesn't want. I hadn't heard that very often. If you could just elaborate on that.
Thompson's Crossing Road West, the bridge across the Winton Cream stream there, it's got washed out and the road's currently closed through traffic. One of the residents approached Christine and she handed it down to me. They were closed, they go back in, they were enjoying the low traffic volumes.
It's a very short detour, isn't it?
It is, and for them it's no different for them going to Winton or Invercargill. So I've approached the other residents on that road. They go with the same opinion, but I said I wanted an email in writing first, and I believe the other resident was going to talk to you, Paul.
He did. He wasn't too sure about it when he did, but he might have had more thought about it since.
He was concerned about a wee patch of his land on the south side.
Yeah, it was. It's true.
But yeah, no, if we could get that across the board, money into a bridge somewhere else.
Yeah, well, that's
one of these bridges
exciting, isn't it? You're leading the way with the sports hubs and bridges. That's encouraging.
There's probably a few more we could talk about, but we won't do that today.
Councillor Ravencourt.
Well, Colin, thanks for coming in. That phone call this morning around Kowhai Reach, here's your report. I'll do a quick update. So 2 weeks ago, 300 trees were planted on the reach, and there's 300 to go in the ground. This Saturday, the 11th of November, we've got a trip with the catchment groups Thriving Southland, going to John Cowie's riparian planting, lunch at the Otapiri Laura Gorge Pool. I've sent it around to all you councillors a few weeks ago, and then we're heading up to Kowhai Reach. We've got a number of speakers, so it's pretty exciting. master plan's happening and hope that going forward this year, and a memorandum of understanding for the group in the future to do the management, not the operational, around the reach. And yeah, there's also some uncommitted money in the last council meeting of $20,000, which no decision was made around in the open spaces. To try and get that for the reach, it would be amazing.
It's a good project the board has no input into, but it's good for the community, it's good for Southland, and it's really happening. And I'm quite pleased Margie read that out because I wasn't quite sure I'd be enough space in the back of my page to write all that.
Yeah, you talked about it as a nationally recognised in New Zealand, so let's look after it.
There's no further questions for Colin. Well, thank you very much once again for coming along. It's good to hear from our boards and all the great work that you're doing, and yeah, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we've got Smoko soon, so you're welcome to hang around for a cup of tea with us. We're just
Sounds good.
Got to hear from Rakiura. Well, I think Brand's going to talk on behalf of Squirt.
Yeah, so I hear. As I got thrown a rough set of notes as I walked out the door this morning. Yeah, apologies from Squirt for not being here, but he hasn't been on the island very much lately, and I think his boss thought that it would be nice for him to actually do some work. So just a positive observation, Rock, finally open without any fuss. The protesters were noticeable by their absence. There's been no anti-comments since, other than a couple of comments about the actual cost of the project. But it's a true Department of Conservation type project, government type project, where it's built. You could probably put a 50-storey building on top of the foundations and it wouldn't move. But it's a great structure and certainly enhances the view down into Patterson Inlet. The Rekia run at the beginning of October was a grand success with 250 competitors. There was absolutely no accommodation available on the island for the whole weekend. We fed 400 people in the community centre on the Saturday night, and it was a really successful weekend. And as well, in Labour weekend, there was the Rekia Rhythm, something that just sort of appeared. It's run by an Auckland firm with island sponsorship, but again, it was very, very popular, and it seems to have gone off really well, and it helped to fill the island up for that one there as well. Cruise ships are due to start coming to the island, and I know some of us have been involved in a lot of controversy over them, in particular in relation to the Ulva Wharf and the restrictions put on it, but the cruise ships seem quite happy. There's been no further input since the one decided that they weren't coming to the island, and real RJs, for instance, which was one of the major ones that was being affected, swapped boats and brought one of their water taxis out of Queenstown down to so they could transport their passengers to Ulva Island. So people who looked outside the square have been able to solve the problem. And while we're on the Ulva Wharf, we're still in holding pattern, I think, aren't we, Cameron? Waiting on decisions from certain areas. The renewable energy project, which Rob and I are both on, and Cameron, and of which Aaron is actually chairman, started off very positive, but it since seems to have dragged itself into slow motion, and some of the trustees, including Squirt and myself and Rob and Tina Nixon, are getting a little concerned about the slowness of which everything's moving. And while on that point, the registration of interest from people was meant to be out some weeks ago, and it's now we're still waiting. It's going out this week. Oh, we're still waiting. And power price, we put the power up to 81 cents. I think you all know because it got quite good coverage. Well, as it stood on November the 1st, the power price should have been 85 cents a unit. So we're losing 4 cents a unit. Now, well, at that point, and from the information that we're looking at with the cost of fuel, we're probably losing more than that each, all the time. So there is an urgency on getting something completed. One for Tiano as well, Airbnbs. They are causing a problem on the island. The last 2 properties that have been sold on the island were both bought by off-islanders and are both being converted to Airbnbs. So it's another 2 residences that have become unavailable for contractors or just local people are being employed on the island. And so it is a major problem. Recycling, it's been raised many a time, and the community would love to see something go ahead. He's written that yesterday for the rubbish collection on the island, there were 5 staff employed for 400 people. It seems rather excessive. And what we're starting to see as well is that green waste is now starting to go over the banks. Stumps, not allowed into Bragg's Bay, so they're being disposed as well anywhere. But we would like to express thanks to Carl, who works at the tip and at the recycling centre, and who for a period of time while Bruce was away following his son's death, did a wonderful job. I think this one's actually aimed at you, Cameron. Sewage connection at the power station. And you know where that came from. We've got a track going from Mill Creek, which is on the Horseshoe Bay Road, going up over the hill and down to Butterfields Beach. We've been in discussion with roading for some time. The first 2 stages we've all agreed to and are due to start this week. But stage 3, which roading had the pedestrians crossing the road twice at 2 rather dangerous positions, we're still in discussions with them and hoping to come to an agreement on it. But it's ongoing, and we're just worried that we need to get it done because it's from Better Off funding, and we'd hate to lose the funding. So we want action and not delays on it. As a board, we're now putting out a very regular monthly newsletter to the people, to the local islanders. It goes in the Sin newspaper, which is published on the island and goes to a lot of our ratepayers as well, but it's also being all put on Facebook by one of the board members, so it's a chance of keeping the local community informed, which is really good. And the only other, we've had getting pressure put on us, and without success basically, from an outfit who produces emergency resilience plan containers. They were very successful on the east coast, I think, during the recent flooding, and they have decided that Stewart Island would be the ideal place to locate one of these. But we've been pointing out to them, it'd be far better for it to be on the mainland, and I can see communities over here, where say Environment Southland should have them. But on the island, we've already got numerous generators. We don't rely on landlines for telephone communications. We have marine radio. We have I would say a third of the population are now on satellite communication, so that the need for what they're talking about is not there. And to me, it's an unnecessary expense. And I just wondered if any of the other communities have had any approaches. But we are pushing them away from talking to us, and we want them to go and talk to Environment Southland. And the only other thing that we've got...
With emergency management the other day, they reached out to me.
And the only one is that we still have concerns over the delays on the parking, the one-way street, the roading bylaw, that it keeps getting put off because we do have major parking problems on the island, and they are unique in some degrees, but we've been waiting for years, and we're obviously going to have to go another summer without new regulations. Key parking spots, like outside the airline office, are being taken up with people who have disappeared for over a week. This morning there are 16 car parking spaces along outside the airline office. I came off on the first flight, I checked in at 7:30, and there were only 2 parking spots available. The rest have been occupied for 2 or 3 days, so we are really interested in getting that open for comment. And that covers everything, I think.
Sounds like one of the solutions is to actually build a 5-storey hotel on top
Yeah,
of
we could put a
Observation
car
Rock.
park up on Observation Rock.
Are there any questions for John? There being none, thank you very much for that, John. Great work. Pass on.
Yeah.
And,
Sorry, Rob.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
Yeah, sorry, I had put my hand up. John, just a question regarding the short-term accommodation, the Airbnb. Has there been any suggestions from within the community of what could be done about that? Is there any ideas being put forward of what the residents would like to see done, or is it, we hear this issue quite a lot over the last 12 months, and I was in a discussion yesterday with a councillor from up in the QLDC area, and obviously a very shared concern and shared problem, but just wondering from the community ground level, are there any ideas being put forward?
Yeah, one of them would be a commercial rate. Another one is that more than one of these, probably quite a few of them, actually take more than 5 people, and they're not complying with fire regulations. And that's one of the key things that even the New Zealand Fire Service on the island are concerned on that one.
Councillor Graney?
I was just going to say, through you, Your Worship, Teresa Kavanagh is working on this housing space, and I've had some discussions with her this week, and those 2 specific things have been raised. So I think we will see something coming back.
Yeah, there's similarities between the Auckland, Vakiora, and then also out Riverton and the likes as well. So we do have quite a wide issue with those exact same things. Councillor Duffy?
Just regarding the renewable energy, so has there been some blockage that slowed progress down, or just people have gone a bit boiled?
Yes, there's been blockage. The money was allocated to do the initial study in the budget, and the island was given 300,000. MB still haven't signed that across to the council.
Waiting on the new government to cross the election to have all the contracts and the like signed. So
But we had been promised that it would have been done before that's their latest excuse for it not being done, is that they won't do it until a new government formed.
we should get some traction on that in the next few weeks, hopefully. Councillor Roddy?
Rob, I'll talk Airbnb. I read an article recently that Airbnb will be sharing all Airbnb bookings with the Inland Revenue Department as of next year. So that may drop a few people out that are potentially not declaring the funds that are going.
Just on that matter, at the present time, Fulton Hogan have got their main person on the island is off on medical leave. So they've got someone from the mainland and having to find accommodation. And Downers, who do our sewage system, for a variety of reasons, their staff member who live permanently on the island resigned, and they were also having to fly people in because of a lack of, and when they do get accommodation, they are shifting from here to there sort of every day, just to service the utilities.
Quite an issue.
Through you, Worship. Just sort of based on the accommodation housing issues that Stuart Island has, as a council, we had a meeting on the island in August, didn't we? And I remember posing the question to Squirt around some of the council-owned land on the island and whether or not there was an appetite from the community board around an allocation of that council land towards some form of housing to sort out that issue. And his eyes widened and he seemed quite receptive to the idea. Has there been any more conversation around it?
We've had conversation on that for some time, and we own 27 acres or more around the power station, or yes it does, and it's been talked about, but with the other problems with electricity at the moment, it tends to have taken a back step.
It does put a tie in with a report we've got today as well, with available council land and what can potentially be done with that, so that there could be some conversations district-wide around that as well.
So, sorry, through your worship, feathering into that conversation around the electricity issues, has the community board or community been presented, where are we in terms of some of the alternative energy sources available to the island in terms of that council-owned property, around
the
conversations around that we've had with solar
we've moved nowhere at the present time further than what we were before, in that we're waiting to put out the registration of interest document to see what comes back in.
So that'll be for a business case
to produce a business case to go forward. Yeah.
Well, there's no further discussion on it. I thank you once again, John, and someone like to move that we receive the mayor's report. Thank you, Councillor Runcorn, Councillor Menzies. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? That's carried. Good time to have some morning tea, so we'll have a break and we'll come back at 11:15.
Contractors.
At the request of the ELT, was asked to identify any low-hanging fruit, so to speak, of properties that we could be looking at planning the disposal of over the first 3 years of the LTP. As the report says, I mean, council has a significant number of properties all around the district for a whole raft of different reasons, and that disposing of them is nowhere near as simple as it might seem for a piece of freehold land. Into the report, there's issues around whether it's actually council has the ability to actually sell the land in the first place. They have to go back to the Crown. You've got to consider the rights of the former owner. We've got to look and see if there's any actual or implied trusts in acquisitions or purchases or transfers. So there's a lot of research has to go on. And then you've got the fact that the activity managers may still see those properties as being required for council operations. So this is a start of a process, and this is really planned work. It doesn't mean that we will still not be doing other property disposals that get initiated because there's issues or requests or something like that. That will continue to happen. This is planned. So what we want at this point in time is council's agreement that this is a schedule of planned properties. We will be, after the new year, we'll be starting the research on year one if this is approved, so that hopefully, with the intent of trying to achieve the disposals in the intended years that's shown in the schedule. So,
Just to reinforce, this is not a decision to dispose of these properties. This is just us doing the work to bring you the information so that you can still make the individual decisions on any one of these properties. We'll have to come back to council for your specific decision on those. So this just allows staff to continue working on bringing information together so that we can make those informed calls.
Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's good to see progress on this, thank you, and bringing this information forward. You may have been present at the earlier discussion around the concern, particularly that Airbnb is causing an accommodation in at least 3 of our centres. What the possibilities might be around prioritising land that could be available for disposal in that area sooner rather than later. Is that, because I'm not sure that any of these properties meet that, but I wouldn't want to wait 3 years to identify whether there's any potential areas in there, understanding the processes that staff have to go through to in order to do that.
Yeah, I fully understand. I did hear the conversation, Councillor. Yeah, and as I said, there's no reason why others can't be added to this list as issues identified. This is our planned work. I was talking to Councillor Spraggan previously about some of made reference to the land on Stewart Island, and for example, some of the land around the power station is currently designated within the district plan as industrial commercial areas, and there's topography issues with some of the other ones. There's land around Trail Park, but they're all covered in native bush. So that, each one of them has their own little issue. The fact that some of them are reserves. That's not to say we can't deal with them. And I have had quite a bit of dialogue over the last 12 months with the chairman of the Reedy Community Board about the properties within the board. So, yeah, well, as I say, we're going to be continuing to have that dialogue with community boards and councils. Clearly, absolutely, if, as I say, if there's issues or requests, we will be looking at them. But this list is the planned list.
Yes, I understand that, but there is that conversation been happening, as I've heard, with Stewart Island for a number of years, and whether or not it's possible to link those into a longer term plan, preferably a shorter long-term plan, about when those ones can come before us, if indeed they can.
Yeah, just on that, some of those other ones are, as part of the filter for this list, we did consult with the activity managers, and then if you see on the right-hand side, retain or dispose, that D relates to that the activity managers believe these properties are disposable, really able to be considered for disposal. Some of the other properties that you might be talking to, the activity managers are saying, no, we need to retain them. So there needs to be those conversations first. The only different one on here that's got to retain is the Tiania Depot, but that's got its own little issues and discussions. So, yeah, point noted and taken. And yes, we are expecting to actually be dealing with some of those requests. And considerations.
Yeah, so we'll try and make sure that we connect up some of the thinking that's going on in the housing space with this work as well, because as you say, there's an obvious possible connection there. We'll definitely, so I'm sitting on both camps at the moment, so we can try to join up that thinking and see whether another perusal of that, whether there are those, and it may be that you, with local knowledge of your own areas, have things that immediately spring to mind when you go, there's this bit over here. What do you think? And we'd sort of welcome that as well, if with that local knowledge that you have.
That would be excellent, thanks. And the activity managers involved in those discussions with the community boards who have a great deal of knowledge. Would be good, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the community boards need to be included at the early stage of this process to get that knowledge.
Absolutely.
Councillor Radencourt.
Thank you. Thanks for your report, Kevin. I was just looking at the property at Colic Bay foreshore. Now we're talking retreating at Colic Bay, and we're looking for a foreshore property to be selling. Has there been any talk around that with the environmental team, or?
As I said, this was a list of lower hanging fruit, those properties that we believe, can be looked at and dealt with. Yes, that one's put on the list with that filter, but that particular property sits behind the playground. Yes, it is one, and it is one of those, definitely one of those issues that we will be raising with the community board and looking through those issues when we look at that particular property. But it is quite a wee way back from the current foreshore that's protected by the rock. It's behind there's two sections here. You've got the playground and then you've got this section behind it. So,
through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the work that we need to do to come back to you. So this is just a very first, this is the stuff we want to go and look at. And then, because we could get lost in the detail of any one of these properties, and that's, we haven't done all that. Very happy to, we will come back to you with all of that when we get a little bit further advanced on it. So, yep.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Kevin and Mark. I'm just looking at the spreadsheet, and this is awesome, low-hanging fruit, as you say, and good to identify the easy stuff to start with. I know that a lot of the conversation around land disposal, there was also another aspect of council-owned properties and whether current lease arrangements are up kind of in line with current market and other lease arrangements and things. Looking at the spreadsheet, I'd assume this is filtered down from the total spreadsheet of council properties as a database, and just wondering for communities to be able to go through this information. I imagine council-owned land is essentially public-owned land, so can this information, knowing that there's a lot of properties, can it be accessed transparently to the community to be able to look through and maybe bring ideas to their community boards and ask questions of, well, what can be used? The example I'd give is we've recently in my local community been working with using the Central Record of State Land GIS mapper, which has identified quite a lot of council and also Crown land, Ministry of Education land that we weren't all aware was actually available in the area, and there might be some places that could be used to help alleviate some flooding issues by creating some capacities. It's also then shown some other areas which it'd be interesting to know, well, what could be used for that land as an opportunity for disposal or as an opportunity for community groups to use. So in the process of this, not just focusing on disposal, is there a way to collate the information of the property register for easier access for the community to, I guess, take it upon themselves to have a look one by one and maybe present some ideas of what they might be able to propose for some of the council areas, and then look into some of those nuances of, well, what is allowed on that land, what does the reserve status or the perpetual agreements and things like that. Is that something that can be tidied up in this workstream as well?
Yeah, can, Councillor. If you are talking about creating some sort of, and I would suggest probably the best bet would be some form of pictorial in a particular area, identifying what is council land and what is Crown land or whatever that is. That is because the council-owned land in our GIS is already delineated. It's a matter of probably merging all that information together into one sort of report and or map off a community board, so that differentiating the different areas, so those areas can be probably looked at, I think, in the first filter as a pictorial as opposed to a list of properties, because then people will say, where's this, what is it? I think the pictorial would probably be a first step to differentiating those different ownerships, and then any questions or queries that come out of that could actually easily be be answered.
Yeah, look, we'll have a look into it and see whether we can do something that might meet your needs.
Well, I just so the pictorial really already exists. It's on the LINZ website, the Central Record of State Land. So on a GIS map, every piece of council managed land shows up as a green part on the map. You can click it, see what its reserve status is, what its hectareage is. You can compare it to the SDC rate finder tool on the SDC and see what its land value is. But there's no information regarding. You'd then essentially have to contact council directly, parcel by parcel, to inquire about what is the status of this land. Is it currently being leased? So asking whether there is a way to access the full spreadsheet as a tool to compare with that pictorial that already exists, or is the only option to identify a piece of land and then contact council specifically about that one identified parcel.
Look, we'll look into that, councillor, and see whether we can't get something that's a bit more useful for you in that regard.
That'd be great. Thanks.
I guess in terms of it as well, just looking at the spreadsheet here, like there's the last columns, that first column's got 597 in the bottom. So is that how many actual properties?
I don't remember how many lines there are in the spreadsheet. Do you remember, Kevin?
Yeah, look, there's lots. As I say, we've got numerous pieces of land for multitude of reasons.
Yep. So, but we'll look at making that more readily available. As you say, it's public information, so yeah, I don't see why we can't do that.
Councillor Duffy?
I just noticed on that list in the report that there's a couple of gravel pits in the Waihopai Toitoi area, and just given the shortage of gravel in our area, I hope there's a strong lens put on that.
There will be.
Another point is paper roads that are incorporated into farms. I think there's possibly a potential there to realise some return on land that is no longer likely to be required. And I know that there's a lot of fishhooks about it, but there are some cases where I think the farmer might be quite pleased to have that security.
Oh, absolutely, councillor. We will talk to people who come to us, but it's slightly different to going there and saying, you can buy this piece of land. And I'm not. So but definitely where someone comes to us, we are dealing with those. I have a couple, 3 road stoppings to come to you shortly to start. So yes, absolutely, we work with people.
Yeah, I think in terms of what Matt was saying as well, is around when some of these leases were put out many years ago, the value's probably changed as well. So it'd be good to have that sort of wider conversation around that.
Yeah, we are bringing up to scratch a new tenancy management system, which will have that information available. We're working with the IT team at the moment, getting the structure sorted.
Councillor Byers?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, you've actually answered part of the question, is that the community board is going to be involved in any land disposal. But I'm just wondering where the funds go. Do they go to the community board in the area? Or does it come to the council?
It would depend on the piece of land.
The current position is where activities are a district activity. In other words, a district is paying for the operational costs, like the rates for gravel pits, community housing, example. District-related, district-funded activities, that money comes to the district. The money all comes to council, but that money is then transferred to a district business unit or reserve. Where those operational costs are funded by a local rate, in other words, that local community board has been paying the rates or any operational costs for that property, the money, when it comes into council, it is then transferred to a community board reserve. Now that's the way council has distributed its income for quite some time, and that's how it operates at the moment. However, if there's a change, that would be a council decision whether they wish to change that. That's the principle on what we work on.
That might need to be clarified before anything happens here.
Just before I go to Councillor Chamberlain, I'll just pass on to the... Well, or do you want to go afterwards?
Oh, no, look, I suppose this report is signalling an intention to start to dispose of some land. So, I'm detecting from the room a willingness for that to happen. The report's also signalling that it's not in the current year's work program. So this work is on top of everything that team is already doing. But if we are going to realise some of the proceeds of the disposal in the first year of the LTP, then that work needs to start now. So this is actually in the context of an LTP. The Chief Financial Officer has told me very sternly that I can't book this income in year one of the LTP. I argue that we should be able to anticipate the proceeds just as we anticipate spending, but apparently we're not allowed to do that. I do definitely hear the sentiment in the room that there are other properties that could be considered. My only caution around that is we have an enormous amount of properties and a small team that could field all those inquiries. So I just would like to temper the expectation that every inquiry can be fully researched straight away. But really, this is an intent, and if you like, a council agreeing that this gets added into the properties work stream for up to the LTP. Each property will have to be dealt with separately, separate reports, and depending on the circumstances of the property, where the money will go, would be part of that report.
Got to start somewhere, right? So, Councillor Chamberlain.
My question's pretty much been answered, but one property that I talked to Kevin about up the Growbone that's just growing a lot of broom and gorse, the gravel pit. That might have been one I thought might have made this list. I talk about it, but
yes, Councillor, we did raise that with the transport team, and bearing in mind the timeline we were working for this, the transport team, again, back to what Councillor Duffy says about gravel, they were reluctant to jump into a disposal position with a lot of the gravel pits until they had a time to research them and ascertain whether they were going to be valuable for the future. We've asked them for a timeline to do that. They haven't had an answer, but they're planning to do that work, and if those lands are not deemed to be needed for the future, then they will be considered to be surplus properties. So yes, there's, bearing in mind the point that Councillor Duffy made, the transport team are reluctant to give our position until they've done a bit more work on a lot of those properties.
Just an inquiry I had about, there's obviously growing a lot of broom and stuff, and they wanted to get it and tidy it up really.
Thank you, Councillor Menzies, and then Councillor Wilson.
I think my question has been answered, but it was just more a comment around, I think we're changing our intent or approach here from a passive one. We were waiting for people to come to us and ask to purchase property and what have, and turn that round the other way. So we've been far more active in this approach, and it's associated with our priorities that we've recognised as a council. So I appreciate your response that you'll look into that further. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, my hand shouldn't be up.
Cool. Are there any further?
Sorry, through your worship, probably just based on Cameron's comments around, and everyone's comments really, the broad list of properties that we have, the various applications required for each one. We talk about priorities, and we talk about the fact that we have all of these assets / liabilities, but we have a small team and we don't have much time. So in terms of a priority, I think you could feather this into saying, well, what are the list of properties, as an example, which align with some of our other objectives around some of the housing stuff?
Is there more that
we can do together to be able to distill that down, to be able to go, well, these two things are so heavily aligned and they are actually really high priorities. Is there room to move in that space a little bit more to kind of...
We'll have a good look at that. We understand the sentiment, and as say, some of us sit across multiple portfolios and are seeing those connections as well. I think it's almost a slightly different stream of work, but they are obviously similar. So I think it's not either or. I think it's probably both for those. Because to realise the housing strategy, when you're comfortable with where that's going, some of this work's going to need to be done.
We've got no further questions. I'll take us to the recommendations on page 43. So, as the approving the schedule of surplus properties is indicated below, to be disposed of commencing 1st of July, disposing of the properties in the work. And the individual reports will be presented to Council for consideration and approval prior to proceeding with actual disposals. So we have someone in a position to move it. Councillor Fraser, Councillor Graham. There's no further discussion on that. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we're now up to item 7.7, which is a district initiative fund allocation, September 23 round.
Change hats again.
You went lying when you said you're across multiple.
Group manager of just about everything else except finance and infrastructure.
Right, morning everybody. So for the September round of the District Initiatives Fund, we've received 5 applications. We have a total of 67,546 to distribute, so that's over the 2 rounds for this financial year. The total amount requested is 25,200. So the first application is from Loss and Grief Support Trust Southland, requesting 10,000 for the operational costs. Parent to Parent Southland requesting 5,000 towards the outreach program. Southland Multicultural Trust requesting 5,000 towards the Multicultural Food Festival, which will be held next year. Northern Southland Community Resource Centre Charitable Trust, 3,200 towards various community programs that they offer. And the last one is Surfing for Farmers, Surfing for Farmers initiative, which they run in various places around the district, requesting $3,000. So there's recommendations there, but I'll just welcome any discussion or questions.
You may have the wrong document up.
Oh dear.
It looks like
that's the next one.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kath. It's always easier in the first round when you've got the lists and you're not oversubscribed in the previous one, so it's probably going to make a decision a bit easier. But yeah, do we have any questions or comments from the fourth, Kath?
Just regarding the Surfing for Farmers, I noticed Riverton, Colic Bay, Monkey Island. Kiro Bay is part of that too, isn't it?
Yeah, I know they have done that previously. I'm not sure if they're doing it this year, but potentially, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
It could still be included.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Thanks for your report, Ken. I was just looking at the Multicultural Society's application. Just a thought going forward, there are other funds that they could get involved in, like the Creative Communities Festival Fund. Just as a thought, when we go back to them, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just off the top of my head, not sure what they had in their application. Other ones.
And how long that festival fund will be,
Yeah.
but it's an opportunity for.
Yes, yep, you're right.
This mightn't be the most popular thing to say. And I have had a brief discussion with Councillor Keast. It seems to me that the criteria for district funding, that like a ward like ours, which actually boundaries Gore and Invercargill, has got limited opportunity to actually have something that is cross-boundary. There are all the same aspects to various communities that actually benefit the whole of Southland. So I just think we should perhaps bear that in mind. And I mean, Mararoa is lucky because it's split into 3 community boards. So effectively they qualify, even though it's just in 1 ward. So it might sound like sour grapes, but I'm just making that point.
Councillor Redington.
Thank you, Rob. I'm going to back you up on that, Paul, because I look at South Sea Spray and the amount of different areas that come to Winton for sport and everything else, and there's no accessibility for us to apply to the District Initiatives Fund. And it's a hub for sports in Southland.
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. Through your worship, the same thing that Margie mentioned about the Multicultural Council, I noticed they have also been funded by the Ministry of Ethnic Communities for $10,000 and another $6,250. One just says cultural empowerment, the other specifically says food festival. So they have alternative streams there. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman. Sorry. Councillor Barnes.
Oh, can you just clarify what you were saying?
Well, so because we've got to have so many community boards that overlap in the District Initiative Fund, Kath might be better to speak to how you can access.
I mean, I guess the intention of it is because each community board has their own little fund now, the intention of this one is to make sure that it benefits whatever project or thing that's being applied for, it benefits at least 2 of those community board areas, so just to differentiate between the 2 different funds.
It's the Community Partnership Fund, Councillor Barnes, that each of the boards has. So that's what their criteria is. If it's just applying to that community board area, you normally apply to the community board for that fund. But if you're covering more than one patch,
It used to be all in one fund administered centrally.
It used to just be the Community Initiatives Fund.
Wouldn't every area be covering more than one board?
Yeah, I would agree on the project.
is it a hard and fast criteria? Yes.
Oh, I mean, our criteria is quite broad. You know, you can, yeah, I guess it's. Yeah, I mean, there are some projects that you would definitely say yes, that is going to that community board. It's for that community or that specific township in that community board area. You know, and you can things like, you know, the loss and grief. You know, that's benefiting the whole of our district. You know, things like that was definitely would come to here.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Kath. Yeah, the conversation, I guess it's not the first time I've heard it in the last 12 months of that kind of confusion of what's a community partnership versus what's a district, and it's that if the initiative crosses an imaginary border line, then it all of a sudden fits another criteria. So I just want to highlight that probably these funding streams need to be considered into the representation review going forward, and I guess just some good continuity between whether one community is considered part of the wider community of the district in general, or whether things really need to hit a criteria to be considered so, or are we one big community or a big community made up of lots of little communities? Because there seems to be different conversations that have different approaches to that concept. Cheers.
Councillor Redington.
Oh, thank you, Rob. Going back to South Sea Spray, so we're applying for funding through the Ojai Railway Board on Friday, and Cara Boys from Central Southland College is speaking to it, and that 59 students go through her classes. So it's spinning into another community board area. So I think I'd like to see an overview of it too.
Criteria.
Councillor Fraser.
Just a question around the parenting one, and it wouldn't be a no from me if that's not the answer, but there seemed to be a bit of unclarity around where their numbers were. Like they said, all of their people were in Southland District, but they work in Invercargill, Queenstown, and so I'm just not sure of the percentage of what they do within the district.
Yeah, I mean, I can always ask them that.
I just thought about some clarity there, but I mean, for the amount they're asking of the percentage, I wouldn't have an issue with it, but just for clarity, it would be good to check on that because it didn't seem that clear.
Councillor
Thank you, Richard. It's just a question for me around the title. District Initiatives Fund. I know how difficult it is for organisations to access funds for operational costs. And this was raised at the AGM I went to for Borland Lodge, and the difficulty for people running that organisation and finding funds for it. And a number of these applications come back year on year. So once the initiative's established, then the organisations need to keep coming back time and time again.
So those ones in particular, like the loss and grief, and there's another couple, so we used to give them money every year as part of the LTP, so like the Warm Homes Trust. And then there was a certain group, and we said, no, we're not going to do that anymore, but what we'd like you to do is come to this fund. And so that is why we're getting the operational ones every year, because we've actually asked them to do that. We've said, no, we're not going to just give it to you, but...
I understand that, but I guess what I'm saying in here, we've got initiatives fund, but what we're actually seeing is a number of organisations needing to come back because they can't source that money anywhere else. So it's actually wider than an initiative fund. And how do we ensure, I guess, there's opportunity for those who are thinking about establishing or something different to come to this fund, but also understand long term about how it becomes self-sustaining. I'm not sure if that's clear, but otherwise we are going to be made up of regular applications every year for what is a limited fund, and there's not the ability for those new initiatives to be developed in a community, while understanding when they make application they need to be self-sustaining in the future.
I guess it's, that's part of the other work that I do is working with community groups when they are starting up new events or programs and letting them know about all the funding opportunities that are out there. That is part of what we do. I mean, the funds are advertised in all the usual places and things like that. We do talk to groups all the time about funding opportunities. It's just, we don't have a crystal ball about who's ready to apply for funding and what they're up to. So, yeah,
it's difficult and understand that, but we've just had a suggestion from a councillor about another fund that can be accessed by an organisation. And if organisations, I belong to some of these, start to apply year after year and rely on that, it becomes more challenging. Thank you.
Councillor East.
Thank you, Worship. Just a comment around the cross-border thing where where a community group in a particular community board has a project that they feel will be attended by or is of interest to other people. That doesn't, I don't feel that what we've got in the way of instruction now actually precludes them from applying. They just need to prove that they're going cross-border. Because it's the same thing with the parent-to-parent. And they are regular attenders to coming here, and they still don't give us, I don't think, the information about how many people in Southland, in the Southland district, they're actually dealing to. I find that a little bit confusing in your application, and so I would like them to, when they're coming back regularly, they should be able to figure that out as to how they report that back to us, to satisfy us that we are actually supporting people in the district, not generically just people across the board of the areas that they're specifically mentioned that they cover. So yeah, seems like a great concept, but we do need to know that we are actually supporting our people, not just anybody in general, really.
And maybe incorporating things like that into the accountability form, and even actually the application form as well. We can make a change to the application form to give more of an indication of the Southland. Yeah,
that might allow people applying that, like the for example, the South Sea Spray one, where, you know, that's impacting on a lot of people, where you consider, even though it's just in one place, it will influence a lot of people to come. Well, it's, you know, the application form might be able to help people see that that's an option.
So maybe it's just a bit of tweaking needs to be done in those areas, yeah.
So just thinking about the nature of some of this discussion around the actual makeup of this fund, is it something we want to address as part of the long-term plan, to have a discussion about the, because I think that might be, that's we're getting lots of nods, so I think, yeah, because it is going to come into this long-term plan, I guess the amount and the structure around it, so it might be worth having a bit of a chat around it as part of the long-term plan to look at, and also noting that we've done a whole triennium with the split, haven't we? Yeah. So we've done what 3-4 years now with the change, doing the community partnership funding as well. Maybe just an overall look at how effective and relevant it is to Councillor.
Just endorse your comment, Robert, is to be clear from our side.
We'll undertake to have a look at this and maybe bring you a workshop or something in the new year.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, thank you.
Enough holiday between now and Christmas, I would have thought.
Yeah, too, Rob, because as far as Stewart Island Rakiura is concerned, we're more likely to be working with Invercargill City than with another Southland district.
So you're moving the Invercargill funds?
So we virtually exclude ourselves from this fund. Yeah.
Again, you could produce information that says it draws in people from the district. Well, it doesn't.
Oh, we could tell you that everyone's going to come from all over the district, but we could be telling lies.
Cool. So we've got the recommendations there that we receive the applications from the following. So I don't think anyone's going to have an issue with receiving those applications. And then on letter E, that we approve the allocation of funding to what's been suggested by the team. So I'll just move through each one of them and we can see if anyone's comfortable. So loss and grief support Trust Southland for $10,000. Anyone got any issues with that? Parent to parent Southland 5,000. Southland Multicultural Trust 5,000.
Yes, this is something I think we need to be looking at. They've got another source that has $4.2 million a year to give away. We need to be getting away from this. Something like, you know, Loss and Grief Trust that's going to support every particular, there's no special interest groups here. Very happy. When we start going to special interest groups, this is something I'd rather go to someone else. That's just my view on this one.
So are you suggesting
less?
Less?
Yeah, definitely.
So what sort of amount would
no
you?
more than 2,000. They've already got, you know, that's from the Ministry of Ethnic Communities.
What's others' thoughts on that?
I'm just a little bit worried that if we do that, then that might set a precedent for us saying that all of these others should be doing the same thing. Do we sort of expose ourselves to?
The others don't fit the Ministry of Ethnic Communities criteria. These guys,
I don't mean specifically the ethnic minorities. I mean, could any of, I guess what I'm saying is, could any of these other entities also fall into that same bracket of saying, well, here are funding streams available?
But these guys have been funded. There is funding that's gone in the Ministry of Ministry of Ethnic Communities declaration every quarter. They've already got funding for this specific purpose year on year. For the Southland Food Festival, they're in their Excels. That's my reason. It's not like, you know, they've not tested it. They have tested it and they get it every year. They should probably be upping that one because the ministry's funding has gone up from something like 200,000 in 2016 to $4.2 million a year. That's a huge jump. That's where they should be encouraged to go. That's my particular reasoning here.
I guess just noting my earlier comment at the start about we should be giving these the same level of scrutiny as we would if they were oversubscribed, because it's very easy when you're undersubscribed to just sort of tick them all off. But our next fund, we might be oversubscribed, so we went funding in there. Sorry, I had a whole lot of hands up, so I've missed them all because I was talking. Councillor Duffy?
Oh, I was just going to say, we have quite a reasonable relationship with the Multicultural Trust. I think it wouldn't hurt to have some dialogue with them about this issue. I mean, certainly I was on the gate at the Wyndham Edendale buying pet day yesterday, and there's a lot of people from various countries now with young families coming to events like that. And I mean, perhaps they just don't explain what they're doing with it well enough. I don't know, I'd be a bit reluctant to cut in without some dialogue.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too. My feeling is we're actually supporting not the various different groups, we're supporting community to understand each other. And I think that's what the event's about. And so for me, I go to the event every year because I value it, but I also think it's a great event to come together and understand others. And so, yeah, for me, it's not supporting this culture or this culture, it's supporting culture. That's my take.
Councillor Menzies?
I think we've had some interesting discussion around the table today, and we've indicated some further work to occur, and on that basis I feel comfortable supporting the request as is, because I think it's important to have discussion with those applicants for the future, to think about the things that have been raised around the table this morning, giving fair notice, and we may not fully understand, as has been said, the reasons why the applications and what those other opportunities are. So we've given a signal for future discussion, but I think in good faith this morning I would support it.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll just move on to the Northern Southland Community Resource Centre Charitable Trust to 200. I'm happy with that. And the Surfing for Farmers for 3,000.
Yeah, I spoke to this last time it came up, and I think it's a great initiative, but Rabobank, who I bank with, has their name all over it as well, and they've got a significant community initiatives fund in Southland as well, so I don't know whether this Pacific is led by other people. Why aren't they actually accessing community initiatives fund? It's approximately 800,000 on it at the moment, around the 2 million.
It's hard for us not knowing whether they've.
I think it's a great initiative, and I think we should support it, but there's other areas that it could come from.
Yeah, that just on the likes of the Survey for Farmers one, we need to make sure that, and all these other ones, like Councillor Fraser saying he tends the multicultural thing, it is important that we actually get out and support the ones, particularly like Surfing for Farmers and multicultural, and even the resource, Northern Southland Community Resort, so that we're actually seen and actually making good mileage out of the fact that this, we have supported these events or initiatives. Is probably a better way to describe them, to make sure that we capitalise on what decisions that we're making and experience and firsthand. Right? But yeah, I tend to support what Councillor Menzies has said, because but we do need, it would be interesting to see, maybe have a report back to us to get a sense of how many of these are repeats and how many might be better off, like either, from there getting some guidance on how we feel across the board, because the report as it stands, we've got no sense of how, I have an idea of how many are coming back, but how much they've received in the past 5 or 10 years. How many times they've turned up and how much they've received is an important influencer on how they are managing to end, whether other sources of funding might be more appropriate for them to come from. So maybe that's something to even.
Yeah, that's before part of the next discussion that we have as well.
So sorry, through your worship, based on that, and forgive me, I don't know whether or not it's part of the criteria or not, is there provision in the criteria to have that sort of respective validation, as it were, in terms of, well, okay, we'll continue to give you this funding based on this timeline and how much input that you're putting in from your end? Do we have sort of a program?
Sure, I understand your question.
So like if, well, based on, let's say a community wants to upgrade its pool, and it's going to cost them $250,000 to do it, it's like, well, what's your timeline? How much investment is coming from you? Because you're coming to us and you're wanting $5,000 every year, and if we continually do that over the next however long, we need some kind of validation to warrant doing that, because at the end of 10 years, we don't want to turn around and say, well, sorry, that didn't work, the pool's not going to open.
Yeah, probably. A project of that type, it's generally, they will have a budget of all the funders they'll apply for. They won't intend to go back to those funders, because you can't really do that in a project like that. But, I mean, generally, it's accepted that you can't apply for more funding unless you provide accountability for anything that you've applied for before. And we can certainly, generate a spreadsheet that can be attached to the report that will show how many times people have applied for and what it's for. That would probably, give you a better picture.
That would give us a better picture.
Yeah.
And also, I think, based on the tenure of the conversation, other funding streams, outside of council that have been applied for as well. I think we need evidence from them to say, well, have you investigated, these other revenue streams? Can you prove to us that you've gone to whoever it is, MB or
And generally they will.
You know whether they've got it, of course.
Yeah, generally they will indicate, they do have space to indicate in the application form if it's, you've heard like next month, or whether they've confirmed that amount, they might have a budget sheet and things like that. So, and I know when I look at them, if I can see that it doesn't look like they've applied to anybody else, but they should be, I will be having that conversation with them as well. So, yeah.
The other thing you can do is you can tie the grant to, we're happy to give you $5,000 contingent on you having enough to get the project off the ground. So that can get into that space of, actually our money's safe until such time as the rest is secured. So you can certainly, it's a bit horses for courses really. But there's some flexibility to do.
Councillor Wilson?
Thanks, Rob. Just thinking of the fact that the Multicultural Trust is for assistance towards an event. The Surfing for Farmers is also described as weekly and fortnightly events, and there's a bit of discussion around this funding mechanism and going forward. It could be worth engaging with Great South events team as far as event strategy and what the future for this kind of discussion could look like regarding events. Running an event is very different to, for example, the Resource Centre Charitable Trust. They put on events, but the funding they're looking for is for all of the work streams they do. I sit on a trust in the Gore district that puts on an annual event, and just because it's in the Gore district doesn't mean that it doesn't also economically benefit the Invercargill city area and the Southland district area as well. So perhaps from a regional basis on events, we could engage in some discussions with Great South and the events team there on how strategy and kind of financing streams could go forward. And then also, not to be, this isn't facetious or too smart-ass, but we're essentially supporting some events here. So from the previous earlier discussion this morning regarding the smoke-free and vape-free policies, do we need to be satisfied that these events are promoting smoke-free and vape-free before we financially support them based on our own policy we just passed?
I think that policy was for stuff on our land in particular, and that would automatically apply to any of these events that we're running on our land, but I don't think the two are that connected from where I'm sitting. But no further questions, or what I might do is, if someone's happy to move the recommendations as they are, and if Councillor Buckroy wants to take an amendment, we can handle that one sort of separately for that.
That's all right. I've just sent everyone an email with what they've already been sending. That's it.
Sorry, yeah.
I've just sent everyone an email with what they've already been getting from other places.
So, do we have someone in a position to move? Councillor Spagin, seconded by Councillor Keast. So, did you want to put your amendment on there?
Yes, please.
So,
Okay. That'll be
so
the four reduced
to $2,000.
$2,000.
So that's moved by councillor Duncan.
Got a seconder.
Have a seconder for that. There being no seconder, oh sorry, councillor Chamberlain.
Okay, so
Okay, so
put the amendment,
we'll put the amendment.
which should be that E2, no E4, no E3.
E3, yeah.
Sorry,
E3 is $2,000.
$2,000.
All in favour of that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against?
Aye.
Not a no.
Yeah, that one has
Lost. Yep, so come back to the
okay, so we'll go back to the substantive for items 1 through to 5 with the numbers as outlined in E. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Anyone against? Yes. Councillor Duncan, do you want that recorded?
You're against the whole thing if you're saying.
Just that one. Just that one.
Well, that will be recorded in E4.
First one.
Are you happy with that being recorded?
Otherwise,
just
you
in
have to
that?
go
Yeah.
for splitting them out, voting on A to D and E 1 and 2 and 4 and 5. Okay.
So are you comfortable with
Yes, yes, thank you.
or the whole lot? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're comfortable? Thank you.
We have to split.
I declare that now carried. Thank you. No one can accuse us of not putting scrutiny over it. Right, our next item is 7.8. It's the same to the table for the Sport New Zealand Rural Travel Fund allocation September 22 round on page 53 of your agenda.
So for this round, we've got 4 applications. We've got 18,749 available to distribute over the 2 rounds, and the travel formula has been applied, so the recommendations total 5,000. So the 4 applications, all from the Fiordland area this time: Fiordland College, Fiordland Hockey Club, Te Anau Cricket Club, and Te Anau Tennis Club. So the recommendations are there based on the travel.
Is it just random that it's all come from the same area? Coincidence? Are there any other questions? Councillor Lundcourt?
I think it's right. Just a comment that, you know, I think the community having access to this funding is fantastic. And, yeah, I'm happy to move it.
Seconded. Thanks, Councillor Duffy. If there's no further discussion, which it looks like there's not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That takes us to our next item. It'll be our last one before lunch. Well, it should be our last item on the agenda. No, we have one more. Too late. Establishing the executive committee, so that's on page 59 of your agenda, and we've got Robin and Michael again.
I'd like to Swiss Army knife of.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Councillors. As you'll be aware from the report, the Mayor has decided to exercise his power to establish an executive committee with himself as the chairperson. So the intention of this report is to bring the committee into effect and to enable it to function. Staff are seeking a decision from Council both on who should be appointed to the committee and what terms of reference and delegations it should have. So based on the input from the Mayor, this report recommends that the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chair of the Finance and Assurance Committee are members, and Council has the authority to appoint or discharge committee members. This report also recommends that Council adopt terms of reference and delegations to the committee. The proposed terms of reference and delegations would mean that the committee is responsible for overseeing aspects of the Chief Executive Performance Review, managing code of conduct issues, considering urgent matters, and also considering other matters that are specifically referred to the committee by Council. It's also proposed that specific financial delegations are given that relate to contract acceptance and budget reallocation, and I've discussed these with Ms Robson. Council also has the authority to decide the responsibilities it delegates to the committee. Staff are recommending that if Council do adopt the terms of reference and delegations, that they're included in our delegations manual. And I'm happy to answer any questions on this matter, and I'll hand it back over to Your Worship.
And just a further comment from me, like when I initially set up this Geranium, we only had the one committee being the Finance and Assurance, and I went for that sort of flat structure. Noting that this has been happening. This committee's existed in the past, and there's actually quite a few policies that refer to it. And when doing the performance review for the chief executive, it was referred to a couple of times as well. So that kind of triggered the kind of need to have it. But also just a comment around in relation to the performance review, the fact that it is going to be just recommending to council, so that the full decisions will still be made at council, just a committee to basically streamline the process of running that. So yeah, were there any questions from?
Thank you for your report. I've asked a number of questions over the last 2 days of both Bruce Robertson and Rob. And Bruce said it's executive committee is a servant of council, and of course holds the full authority of council within the parameters. I'd like to, how is the reporting going to come back to council? When is this committee, when will it be reviewed? Does this roll over for a year, or, and yeah, if it needs to be relooked at, how will it be done?
The committee will be for the rest of the triennium. It will report back to council in council meetings, so yeah, I'm not sure.
Just how the reporting would come back.
It will come back on an agenda as per, if you look at how the Finance and Insurance Committee runs at the moment, it'll be no different to that. So it makes recommendations through to council, and that comes through onto the council agenda. Unless Robin wants to add anything to that. But,
So there, Your Worship, there are some powers to recommend in here, and specifically those would be brought to council as a recommendation, like a Finance and Insurance Committee recommendation. At this stage, there's no direct requirement to report back to council. Again, these are an open agenda, like they're run like a normal council committee. There will be an agenda that will be available for the public, except for the public excluded items, so which may be some going to this committee.
You said there be no requirement for them to report back to council?
No formal requirement for example, for the minutes or anything to go on to the council.
The other question I've got around it, last time there were 5 on that committee and there's only 3. Can you elaborate on this?
the last time it was set up, it was around the establishment for it was the chairs of the committees formed the executive committee. So essentially, I'm replicating the same sort of model, but we're going to get the one committee and the deputy mayor on there as well. So it's just to be able to enable a smooth process around being able to move things through quickly, not behind closed doors or anything. It's going to be a transparent process, but just to enable smooth running. And I don't know if any of the previous elected members, Julie and Paul, want to speak to from last triennium with their experience on it or anything. If you want to add anything.
Well, I'd just like to say I think it's a wise move to set up the committee, and the point you make about previously it was the chairs, and this time we've got Bruce Robertson, who's the chair of Finance and Insurance, and is a very wise person to have involved. So
an external part as well.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I think it's a good move, and I'm certain that the reporting will be, done as it needs to be.
Yeah, my comment as well too. Yeah, I think that it's a wise move, given that it is referred to in a lot of policies and procedures, and is it in legislation as well? Does it
Doesn't require it, but I mean the legislation kind of leads to having that in place around.
It's probably got limited business that it actually runs on, but it is a wise thing to be able to just formally bring together a committee that can quickly actually talk about things and make recommendations and get a view to give guidance to staff, or like seek an opinion, discussions to come out to councillors for the discussion. So I don't really have a problem with it at all. I do wonder about for the quorum, there's only 2. Do they actually have to both be in the room, or
You can under the new legislation be on Teams as well.
You can be on Teams as well. Yeah. So in an emergency, that's quite useful. But I don't, in terms of the committee of council? Does it how much notice does it have to give that it's going to meet? Or can it be an urgent meeting?
The same as council, can be an emergency meeting, it could be an extraordinary meeting, or it could just be a normal.
Yeah, so there's all those
ordinary meeting.
There's lots of options in there to actually make it quite functional. So yeah, I mean, last time it was really only that it was the chairs of the committee. Yeah. So yeah, I think what you've got here makes it quite flexible and quite easy to work with. So.
I think given the council's meeting fortnightly as well, that
Yeah.
for anything urgent in between council meetings will be really
quite limited. Yeah.
Councillor Menzies.
So thank you, Your Worship. So I understand from there that the council members will always be notified in some way. It almost may have notice it's going to be held, and an emergency situation will be notified pretty soon.
I have an obligation under the Local Government Act that when I notify a meeting, that every notification of every meeting has to go to all elected members.
Yes.
I can't break the law.
So then there's an opportunity, if there's not a report back occurring, that council members can ask for that to occur, and that explanation provided with the content.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some reservations about this. I understand the perhaps the sensitivity around work with the chief executive, but as far as budget reallocations, contract acceptance, and contract disposal, that sort of work doesn't tend to be urgent. And if we're talking about complete transparency, I'm wondering what the need is for that to be going to an executive committee, which of course will cost some money because we've got an outside. So I'm wondering if it's actually that necessary.
In terms of that point, I can't think of any examples outside of the process around like the performance review of the chief executive or anything like that where you're dealing with a contract and that, but I don't think there'd be any unless staff.
Your Worship, from my discussions with Ms Robson, I understand those are in there mostly in relation to the emergency delegations that are mentioned, or the assigned to the committee would be by council to give that ambit to the committee. So I think it's those those bits of the delegations that those financial delegations relate therefore. If that makes sense.
So it'll be in an extremely rare circumstance that we'd have to actually act on those. But are you not comfortable having those in there?
Well, no, I mean, I'm comfortable with the idea if it didn't include those. Because like you're saying, we meet every fortnight, and if there is an emergency, I don't see why we can't meet.
Yeah.
I wouldn't if there was an emergency. Because you're saying you're going to report back and discussion. But
have a council meeting.
I echo some of Councillor Barr's comments, and also the fact that I think to my limited understanding that we are meeting more frequently than the previous council would meet. So that's one thing that I think we can probably get work done quite fast with our schedule. And the other thing is with 3 people on, isn't that light where conflicts of interest are concerned? And it might just end up having to be one more rigmarole of actually then again coming back to council.
I don't think in relation to the type of the work that we're going to be doing, because I mean council handles the majority of the business, I don't think there'd be a case where a conflict of interest would arise in terms of the type of work that the executive committee is handling.
Okay.
And I mean if there was a case,
then it would have to.
Then would have to be managed appropriately, but I can't think of any.
But is there something specific that the council has dealt with that's what this decision on, or is it just
It's routine in doing the chief executive's performance review, and it's come up, and that's where it's been referenced. So I mean, it was my first innings as mayor, and had I read all of the policies when I was setting up the committees, I would have looked at setting this up then. So it's just come to my attention as part of that process. So yeah, it's come about as BAU, but I think it's an important part of, and speaking to the previous councillors as well, from Julie and Paul, around how effective it was in that respect, and the need to have it in that respect. I think that justifies it. Just lost my for that amendment.
Suggestion.
Is there any further, Councillor Menzies?
Thank you. I think there's recognition in this that the way in which council working has changed significantly since the last triennium, and it was a very flat structure. And I think the principle of transparency is very clear, and in relation to Councillor Byers' comment, where it can be brought back to council because it is meeting frequently, and there's other options around that should be the case. And I guess we may not know till we get into it what that might involve, but there's also clear intent to report back to council, but also that all recommendations come back to council. So there's opportunity within those discussions to say this is working or it's not, or what's happening there or not, given those principles.
Thanks. I'm just looking for Councillor Byers. He's in here, so just bear with me for 30 seconds. Matt, did you want to?
Yeah, I'm listening intently on this and fairly happy with the construct with the executive committee being proposed. I do want to know, as far as transparency, with the committee having 3 members and a quorum of 2, but being the nature of a normal committee, I imagine any elected member or public could still attend that meeting. Is that how it would work?
Yeah, depending on the nature of the business, like there'd be public excluded potentially in that.
So my question would be, can elected members still, if this was, say, a Teams meeting and elected members wanted to join in to view the discussion, no voting rights, would there be provisions be able to be made that they could still view publicly excluded portion?
Your Worship, I think Ms Dunlop is probably familiar with this as well, but I think in relation to the public exclusion rule, council can keep people in the room if they think they can add to the conversation. Is that right, Ms Dunlop?
Yeah. Yes.
They can add specialist knowledge or skills.
Yeah.
Cool.
Does that answer your question, Councillor? So we've got no other hands up. We've got the recommendations there on page 60. I'm just looking at Councillor Byers' so do we actually look at scratching that?
The contract acceptance one, Robin, on the top of page 64.
About the financial allegations. Yeah. I wonder if they could be removed completely.
The whole section there, saying, Councillor?
Yeah. And the ability to make decisions on urgent matters between council meetings, I think that's unnecessary. Given that you said that it's coming to the council anyway. So
just thinking of
complexity and
just in relation to that one, just thinking in terms of an emergency situation or something where council might not be able to meet properly. Or I'm just trying to think of any potential situations, and I mean that's striking me as one potential.
All right. Well, and perhaps we look at the membership then, and it could have a floating membership.
I mean that would be
if you're worried about being able to meet quickly, I would be more comfortable seeing a councillor being on, or 2 or 3 being on that committee rather than an outside consultant. So then perhaps it could be a floating, to address your concern around the emergency scenario.
Councillor Kess.
Point taken. So just thinking about that, but my thought on it is that the quorum is only 2. Yeah, but I think that the advantage of having the current outside chair of, or externally appointed chair of finance and assurance on there is the depth of knowledge that he brings of new local government situations. because he's involved in so many, and that knowledge and can add significantly if you had an emergency situation that you were in a situation. So I don't see that it'll be a huge cost or a huge, is he paid per meeting or
When it comes to emergencies and knowledge, I would prefer to defer to someone from the community councillor appointed by the community to represent them.
Not to say that I couldn't make a phone call and bring someone on in that circumstance. Like it's about and that's not going to exclude. I mean, trying to think of an example. I mean, this is part of.
I think AF8's a good example.
Well, then that needs to be council then.
Well, this year we didn't actually meet for a month.
Yeah.
Councillor Greenie.
I'm just thinking, Your Worship, was Blue Cliffs an example?
Not that we actually spent anything or did anything, but it could be an example of something happening with expediency that you need to move fast on, that council, for whatever reason, can't meet. But yeah, that probably is a valid example. Councillor Ruttenclaw, Chamberlain, and then Princess.
I just want to endorse Julie's comment about responsibility. I was very comfortable hearing the voice. I spoke to him for half an hour yesterday. John around this. He needs to be part of that.
I'm just wondering if it all can be on Teams and stuff like that. If the message went out that we need to have an emergency meeting.
That's assuming that we've got technology though. Like I'm looking at sort of a worst case scenario here where
say you get half them, or 8 of the 12. At least that's.
Yeah, we might get none though. So look, I mean, you'd always try for if you could have a council meeting, you'd have a council meeting in my view. And for whatever reason you couldn't, AF8 for example, or something that prohibited. I mean, you'd go for the path of least resistance first, which would be a council meeting. This would be a last resort if you had to have.
You may not get Bruce either,
I think we don't know what we don't know, and certainly for me, the second triennium, I'm relying on the experience of both Councillor Duffy and Councillor Keast, and kind of considering the things that might have come before the executive committee before, and it may not need to happen, but the ability for it to occur is probably the most important thing there. Remembering that there is accountability back to all the councillors for that to occur.
Councillor Greenie?
So, through your worship, what examples were there last triennium?
There was a couple. One of them was to do with the plasmic thing for 4th Street building.
Yeah.
Remember that? That might have even been the triennium before.
Yeah.
And that was an example of a decision that was taken away from the council and was presented to the council.
The decision was still made by council.
Yes, but the direction was really taken away from them, I felt.
The council still could have, and that's the importance of that recommending to council kind of
creates an ability to steer before it comes to the council.
Actually only having 3 people on it probably reduces down the potential for that. Because if you've got 5, like we had 5 or 6 last time, so you're at 5, so you would then have, that's a larger proportion of the people, whereas this, if there's, having a smaller number, it actually reduces that.
I think the reality too is it's not something that's going to be meeting every day or every week or even every month. It's a kind of a very rare occurrence for the committee to actually meet. The majority of stuff, and I've got a very strong view on this, needs to be done through council and through this table with everyone here. This is
Sorry, through you, Worship, and it's just more of a clarification for my own mind. Under number 16, under the LGA, council has the authority to appoint members to committees. People who are not members of a local authority can be appointed if council believes they have the skills, attributes, blah, blah, blah. So is that council, is that us, or is that the members of the committee?
No, that's us.
That is us, just for clarification. Okay, no, that's fine.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think we have the situation where we tried something different, with the elected council and mayor, and after a year in the role, the mayor sees this as a valuable thing to do from his perspective, and I think we need to trust the people that are involved in this.
So are we in a position to look at moving our recommendations? We've got A through to I, so there's quite a few in there. We'll go through. So noting that the mayor has exercised his power to appoint a chairperson to the executive committee in accordance with section 41A of the Local Government Act, and has decided to appoint himself. Approves and brings into effect the executive committee. Decides the membership of the executive committee being the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the chair of the finance and assurance committee. Adopting the terms of reference, which is in attachment A and will be B in the minutes, and endorsing staff, including the terms of reference and delegations to the executive committee and the council delegations manual. So do we have someone in a position to move those recommendations? Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Duffy. If there's no further discussion on those, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody against?
No.
No.
So 3.
Do you want your dissenting votes recorded?
I'll declare that one carried. Thank you. Very robust discussion once again, but and now we'll be very on to break for lunch. And we've got our next speaker here at 1 o'clock. We'll be delayed by 5 minutes, I'm sure. Right, so we've got the Contact Energy update on the proposed Southland wind farm, which is on page 31 of your agenda, and I'll welcome Steve and Bridget up to the table.
Don't have to if you.
I can. Me to do. Did you?
Didn't think it's very nice.
No. Well, bugger on. Start talking.
Hello everyone. Thanks for having us. We've only got until 1:30, is that right? So we'll be brief, yeah. Yeah, Steve Harding and Bridget Buckley. We're managing the project on behalf of Contact Energy. I'm part of Roaring Forties Wind Power Consultancy, and Bridget's the manager at Contact Energy. Contact Energy, you're fairly well known to most people in the room. A big generator and retailer of power in New Zealand. The closest assets to Southland are the Clyde and Roxburgh power stations. We're investigating a number of wind farm and solar opportunities around the country at the moment. A bit of a new area for Contact to get into. Contact did get into wind probably about 15 years ago, and then exited their project when the GFC came along, like a number of other developers, so sort of starting from scratch again. We're looking at projects in this one in Southland, Northland, Rotorua, so all over the country. There's a lot of demand growth being forecast over the next few decades to meet decarbonisation and other electrification of aspects in the energy mix that need to be addressed. So that's why we're doing these projects. I've got some slides to just give a bit of an overview of the project. I mean, we've been working on this project for a while now. It used to, many years ago, it was investigated as the Slope Down project, which may be familiar to some of you as well. I should acknowledge some of the members of the community as well in the room. So, yeah, from the Mokareta-Redan area. So, yeah, the Slope Down project years ago was investigated by Wind Prospects and Genesis Energy, and that was on the Slope Down hill. And the site that we're looking at is essentially the same, but a bit further along the hill as well into the Matariki forest. So it's a larger project footprint. Now here we go. Yeah, so if you.
You've got the controller.
The
arrow keys.
Beauty. Okay. So that's who Contact are. Main, I guess, generation stronghold is the geothermal in the central North Island. But as I mentioned before, the hydro stations down in the south, Clyde and Roxburgh. We're decarbonising our fleet as well, so Stratford's going to be closing shortly. Whirinaki is a diesel peaker, hardly ever used. Tarup, I think, is being closed as well.
Yeah, Tarup is being closed and sold back to Fonterra.
Yeah, so part of the need for
Contact to build up its generation profile to meet that loss of those thermal assets. So yeah, as I said before, wind and solar are the key opportunities pretty much across New Zealand. You know, gas is not being investigated to any great extent in any way, nor is coal. So we've got to meet that loss of those energy mixes with other forms, and wind and solar are deemed to be probably the most cost-effective and environmentally friendly. Geothermal is also in the mix, but there aren't that many geothermal opportunities out there that haven't been explored to date. Contact's own ambition is to have 1.1 terawatt hours of new wind and solar generation operational by 2027. And this project would meet the lion's share of that. Around 1 terawatt hour would be the wind farm that we're looking at Southland. So in terms of the project, just a quick overview for those of you who aren't familiar. It's at the eastern side of the Southland district. It's that orange polygon shaded there, adjacent to the Gore and Clutha districts, so right on the eastern side there. About 50 odd kilometres east of Invercargill, about 30 south east of Gore, about 20 east of Edendale. It's about 5,800 hectares in the project site, and then in addition to where the wind turbines are located, there would need to be a transmission line to connect it to the Transpower national grid, which runs to the northeast of the site. So the transmission line options we're looking at, there's three different routes we're looking at, which go to two different grid connection points. They would be brand new grid connection points. One would be in the Gore district and the other one would be in the Clutha district. So we were seeking consent for both options and make a decision during detailed design. Those transmission lines are between 15 and 17 kilometres long, depending on which route we would go with. So I've shown on this image where the Kawerau Downs turbines are for the first 10 that have been built to date. They're those pink dots at the top left of the picture. So they're obviously built in the last 12 months, or over the last 12 months. Our project is about 10k south of that project. 55 turbines is the layout that we're pursuing at the moment. They're the red dots within the orange polygon. There's about 60 kilometres of roading to gain access to those turbines. They mainly follow forestry roads or farm tracks, depending on which property we're in. Generation, as I said before, up to around 1,000 gigawatt hours of energy a year would be generated by the wind farm. The discussions with the landowners for the transmission line are those other coloured shaded polygons to the north and east of the project site. So we've secured options there. We're in the process of finalising those discussions. Dock Conservation Estate is to the south, the stippled area to the south and west of the project is dock land. The property is compiled of Jeppa Station on the western half and Matariki Forest, which is a Douglas fir and pine plantation forestry block on the eastern side. The transmission line that I mentioned before, that runs between Invercargill up to Gore and then on to Dunedin, so the power's fed into the grid in this part of the country and feeds the local supplies from there. In terms of the wind turbines, yeah, they are bigger than the Kawerau Downs. Kawerau Downs was consented almost 15 years ago. When they consented that project, the size they consented was the biggest on the market then. Turbine technology has improved over the years and turbines are getting bigger. The bigger the rotor, the more energy you get from the wind, so the more economic the wind farm can be. So we're looking at a wind turbine with a tip height of 220 metres. That would give us the optionality to talk to about 3 or 4 different turbine manufacturers that have models of that size that will be suitable for the site and the wind resource here. Many of the smaller models are actually no longer available anymore, so we have to go this way. And the larger turbines are spaced further apart and rotate at a lower speed, and you essentially need less of them to generate the same amount of power as you would for more smaller ones. Separation is roughly 450 to 800 metres apart between the turbines, so it's quite a generous separation between them. 3-bladed turbines, and just the features of the turbines are shown there. If we talk about the tower, the nacelle and the blades, the nacelle is what houses the generator. It does all the work. The rotor, the blades, which are the rotor, just turn in the wind, generate power. There's a cable that goes down the tower inside, comes out down the bottom, and all the cabling between the turbines is underground in the roads. And then it gets collected to a central substation and then transformed to 220,000 volts and then connected to the grid at that voltage. So one of the challenges for the project was finding a good route for the delivery of turbine components to the site. As I mentioned before, the turbine's size is quite big. The blades are in excess of 80 metres long is what we're trying to consent. And so getting an 80-metre long load around the roads is quite challenging. And so we did a lot of work looking at the appropriate routes. We're quite lucky that Kaikoura Downs project had been built in advance, and their route actually ended up being pretty good. We actually started out looking at a route that would go from Bluff up Staho 1 to 98, I think it is, and across the Dacre, and then back onto 1, across the Edendale Bridge, or the Wyndham Bridge, I should call it, and then through Mimiho and into the site via Venel Road. That route is suitable for the blades, but would need a lot of work on the road between Wyndham and the entrance to Venel Station, or Jebra Station, I should say. Quite a windy section, quite a hilly section, so a lot of earthworks will be required to get the blades in that way. This route wouldn't be appropriate for the very heavy components, the tower sections and the nacelles, and the 2 main transformers at the substation. They would exceed the weight limit on that bridge between Edendale and Wyndham. So we investigated another option for that, for those heavy components, which would have gone over the bridge at Gore, through Gore, back down Mataura into Wyndham, and then back into the Venel Road, into Jebra Station. That is an appropriate route, but once again, we've still got the issue with the windy section over the hill between Wyndham and Jebra Station. So then we looked at this option, which goes up to Gore, across to Pukerow, down to Kaikoura Road, and then down to Kaikoura Downs Road, and into the site through the Port Blakely Forest. That route's suitable for all the heavy stuff there, the nacelles, tower sections and transformers, but a bit of an issue with the blades getting through Gore. And so for getting blades into the site, we've decided that this route's the best. So over the bridge between Edendale and Wyndham, up the east side of the Mataura River to Mataura, and State Highway 93 to Kaikoura Downs Road, and then down Kaikoura Downs Road and through Port Blakely Forest. So that orange route and that blue route would be the 2 routes we would use for delivery of wind turbines to the site. And just to note that that orange route is essentially the same route that was used by the Kaikoura Downs turbines, or they turned off before Kaikoura Downs Road. And the blue route is the same route used for the Kaikoura Downs turbines for their heavy gear, although obviously they go west on State 193 where that road is. So essentially the same route as what Kaikoura Downs Road, Kaikoura Downs turbines used. In terms of aggregate suppliers and getting aggregate to the site, so it was in addition to the wind turbine components, there's quite a big demand on aggregate for the project. With 60 kilometres of roading, it's got to be built to a pretty high standard. Yes, we hope to be able to use some of the local rock on site, but we also have to consider if we weren't able to use the rock on site or there wasn't enough, where would we get material from the quarries in the area? So we've identified a few different suitable quarries. Some are suitable for concrete and roading aggregate, some are just for roading aggregate. And there's obviously more quarries out there. We wouldn't lock ourselves into any particular quarry in the consent, because then that would tie us into them and lose our negotiation power. So it's just to demonstrate that we have considered where the material will come from, what impacts on the local roads there might be and the traffic movements. So that's a basic a summary of the project and construction access and some of the impacts, I guess, traffic-wise on the roads going into the site. So both entrance points into the site, Venel Road and Port Blakely Forest, would be used during construction, but it's the Port Blakely Forest that will be used for the turbine component delivery. Empty trucks going back to port would probably use the Venel Road out through Wyndham. That's the fastest way back to the site unladen. No problem with getting across the bridge there. In terms of consenting, this or as required. So quite a lot of work's gone into assessing the effects on the environment. Typical with any sort of consent application, the big ones used to do landscape and visual amenity assessments, noise assessments, civil design, construction effects assessments, ecological, vegetation, lizards, insects, aquatic, avian, which are birds and bats, traffic, transportation, radio frequency, archaeology, cultural, hydrology, as we do want to take water from the site during construction. There's quite a lot of concrete required in the wind turbine foundations, and so it's better for us to batch that concrete on site with dry materials and take water from the local streams rather than trying to bring it in wet. So there would be a couple of batching plants up on site to deal to the batching of the concrete on site. So we're talking to the Regional Council about the water take. Shadow flicker assessment, contaminated land assessment and economics. In terms of the community engagement, we've had 2 rounds of, I guess, what you call open day meetings at the Wyndham Hall, and 1 round, I guess, more of a private meeting scenario where people could book in and ask questions directly. I think the last round of open days was just last month. Each of the open days and private meetings were 2 days together. We've had a website with project information, so every time we get a bit of updated information on the project, we update the images and information on the website. And there's been an 0800 number established and a sort of generic email address so that people can contact us directly, sort of myself and Bridget and one other person get notified for those emails. We do our best to answer them as best we can. We do have the option of using the fast track, and that is our preferred option, which is a fast track consent process through the COVID Act. Yep. And the plan at the stage is to lodge consent by the end of the year, although the date is to be confirmed on that.
Next slide.
Yeah, next slide. Yeah, next slide, please. Thank you. Talk to this. Oh, yeah, true.
Okay, so just in terms of dates and where we sit at the moment, we are on to my left of the side of the screen. So really at this point in time, the finalisation of technical assessments, so really read-throughs and making sure that the information is consistent and filling any gaps and that we need to have filled in. They're also being updated as we continue to talk with stakeholders and mana whenua through that process. So there's still some ongoing discussions which are happening at the moment around understanding the impacts, the mitigations, and then what follows through to the consent conditions. The finalisation of consent application documentation, so I'm sure you've potentially seen one of these things come through before, thousands of pages is just really the final read through as well, and making sure everything's checked off before it goes in, so that can take a bit of time. But the lodgement date that has been set for us internally as a target is the 30th of November. As you'll see through to the other side there, we need to have the, I'm trying to think when it's, the final, with the COVID fast track legislation, it does have a sunset clause, and that date is the 11th of January next year. So the application would need to be in and accepted by the 11th of January. So lodging or aiming to lodge a little bit earlier provides us with that comfort that there will be a completeness check. So similar to what's done at council when they receive a resource consent application, it takes 5 days that the application will be accepted and for processing. So it makes sense for us to aim for the end of November, but it gives us a buffer of about 3 weeks to do any final stakeholder engagement, consent condition review, discussion with mana whenua, etc. For council's information, once the application is lodged, there's a 5-day completeness check, as I've just mentioned. And these are kind of dates that we're assuming. There is no standard set dates in the process per se for some of this stuff. It's very loose, but once the application is accepted and assessed to be complete, yourselves, Environment Southland and Te Ao Marama as a minimum will be asked to provide a nomination for those people to go on the panel. And then from there, we expect that it would normally take about 10 working days, but there is Christmas involved and a lot of people are away. So we suspect that the panel would not be formally appointed till late January, if not into February, and it would be a matter of us continuing to communicate with stakeholders and mana whenua as we find out as we go through that process. The first time that council would interact with the process is there'd be an invitation for comments. So the EPA would send that out 5 days after the panel is convened, and those comments, those parties that are listed in the COVID Act would be asked for comments on the application itself. From there, the comments are received. We are given an opportunity to respond. There's potential for requests for further information or other technical studies that the EPA may ask of us where they feel that more information is required for that application. On the panel, it's been indicated to us that, well, we know it will be led by a lawyer, an RMA lawyer. There will be a mana whenua representative, potentially someone else, and we think probably an ecologist as well. The application will go through, I guess, more of an iterative process. There'll be some questions put to us, some requirements for us to answer those questions. The timeframes are incredibly tight. And then the second chance for council to have a direct say to the EPA will be when the condition framework is released for comment, which, judging on the process and the way it works, would probably be about April, May. But again, it's about us keeping people informed about when we think they are coming and providing that advance warning as best that we can. And the blue box around it at the moment just indicates that we're still going through a kind of a concurrent process where we're finalising assessments, working through conditions and continuing that stakeholder engagement with the respective parties.
I guess the only thing to add with the EPA fast track, the EPA identifies who are the affected parties, who they believe the affected parties are, and who gets to be involved in the process. We have listened to the West Cape Preservation Society, and we are going to be approaching the EPA to include them as an affected party. So the West Cape Preservation Society will be, treated the same as the key stakeholders you mentioned, Te Marama and others. So, yeah, that's just one other comment on that. And in terms of economic benefits, if the project was to be built, wind farm will cost around $1 billion, but uncertain in terms of turbine pricing and where that will end up in exchange rate. But about 70% of the wind farm is spent on turbines, or 65 to 70% of the wind farm will be the turbines. The rest is sort of domestic spent. So yeah, about 350 million will be spent in the New Zealand market. The construction window, we're thinking 2 to 2.5 years for construction, and a further 12 months for site rehabilitation, planting, removal of sediment control devices, that sort of thing. Peak construction workforce estimated around 250 people at the peak, and just in context of what that means in terms of GORE, it's about 3.5% of the numbers currently employed in the GORE district. And there'd be the benefits of accommodation, food services that we see at other big builds around New Zealand. Post-construction, probably down to around 10 to 14 full-time equivalent operational staff, and then occasional additional contractors as and when required on top of that. Estimate post-construction operations spend of around 10 to 12 million per year, and over half of that spent on the resident staff, contractors and other suppliers. As I've said before, around 1,000 gigawatt hours or 1 terawatt hour of generation, and it will help meet demand growth in Southland, which is there's actually already about 230 megawatts of connections sitting out there waiting to be connected, from what I gather from PowerNet. Then there's the electrification of boilers at Fonterra, and others may follow suit, and then there's data centres being looked at down here and just general population growth. So there is demand growth happening in Southland. The wind farm isn't being built to supply Auckland or other parts of the country, it's for Southland. And there will be a community community fund to be established by Contact. We've had some high-level talks about what that might be, but details yet to be confirmed. And that's typical for most of Contact's generation projects. That's a sort of fund established within the community. I think that's it for just a bit of a high-level overview. I'm happy for any questions. Yep.
Well, thank you for that, Steve. Councillor Menzies is next on.
For the presentation, I'm interested in who you regard as a community.
In terms of, I guess anyone that feels that they are associate with the area or have a connection with the area. I guess we have the local community, which is probably Wyndham, Mokareta, Redown, around the project site. But yeah, it could extend wider, depending on people's feelings and associations with the site.
Sorry, just a question of clarification. And in relation to the community fund, or more in relation to the consultation engagement?
Well, both, I suppose. I guess if people are engaging the community, then they would probably have a relationship to the fund.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, so in terms of the community itself, you generally target close to the site in terms of where you think most of the impacts would occur, and for this particular one too, it would extend out to those port to site routes as well with the materials coming in. For the community fund, our intention is to put it into the Wyndham kind of Edendale area community to be administered and managed. Because that is the source of where most of the impact would occur at that localised level. How that fund is set up and how that process and how that committee is set up is yet to be determined, and we are looking for feedback on that, whether it's, we've spoken to community members, we've also spoken to the community board. We're not set on where that would sit, but in our experience with it, with other funds we have, it's better to be sort of in the localised township orientated, but more than happy to take comments, feedback, anything on that. Just looking for guidance, really.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Duffy?
Thank you, Your Worship. I had understood that the decision was already made on fast tracking it. Why you're talking as though that's not necessarily the case?
Yeah. So the fast track process exists in two phases. The first one is the referral aspect to be able to use the fast track process. The second aspect of it is actually lodging the application with the Environmental Protection Authority to process the application, which takes it's not a council processing function. So the decision has been made by MFE, the Ministry for the Environment, that allows us to use the fast track process. Contact has decided that it's its preference, and for all intents and purposes at this point in time will lodge an application through the fast track process.
Councillor Byers?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for your presentation. And you're building this to meet the demand of Southland energy. What happens when the wind doesn't blow?
Yeah, so it's a grid situation. So all different forms of energy have different we call capacity factors, and wind and solar are both intermittent resources. So when it's not sunny, you don't have the solar nighttime, obviously. So it all goes into our pot of generation in the country. So New Zealand's quite lucky with having a backbone of hydro. So we're quite blessed in New Zealand having that, because it does allow intermittent energy sources like wind and solar to play a significant part, because you can hold back your water when it's windy or sunny, store it in your lakes, essentially use it like a battery, essentially. When it's not windy, power will come from other sources. So, and typically Clyde and Roxburgh, the nearest ones, would be the nearest ones to Southland.
It works really well with our generation portfolio. So with Clyde, we have the ability somewhat, not always, because we're subject to a minimum flow, so we need to spill enough water through to meet a variety of demands. But what it does is, if it is windy down here, it enables us to hold back water at Clyde to release that water at higher levels during those peak periods. So generally with electricity demand, it's not static through the day. Around 7 a.m. it peaks, and then it peaks again at 5 p.m. So it's the ability, if the wind is blowing, to put that in as that first option to hold back that water resource to release at that time. The other option, what Contact and other generators are looking at the moment, are large-scale batteries as well. And what that would do is, for wind or for hydro, it would enable us to generate that electricity, store it. They have about a capacity of about 2 hours where it could be released again during that peak period. So for us, it's, if you imagine hydro is sort of 80% reliable like that, wind kind of takes that sort of the peaking out of it a bit for us. So.
And the other, just a comment, just add to that. So the diversification of wind around New Zealand is also important. So with wind farms spread all across the country, when it's windy in Southland, it may not be in Northland, and vice versa. So that's why there's a lot of research and investigation going on throughout New Zealand. So there is obviously Whitehill Wind Farm in Southland already. This will be a large wind farm in Southland as well, but there's lots of wind farms being investigated all across the country, and that all come on and off at different times, which helps address that risk of.
I think Scotland's got some issues. They've built a lot of wind farms, haven't they?
Yeah.
There's some vulnerabilities for them.
I mean, as Steve said, granted that hydro comes with its kind of large-scale environmental impacts for establishment, we are blessed that we do have quite a well-functioning process in North Island as well, just to help with the base load, whereas unfortunately Scotland is a bit more reliant on gas at the moment than.
And most of the renewable resources are intermittent, solar, wind, geothermal not so much, but that's the nature of the beast, unfortunately, with renewable energy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was looking at the presentation when you said this is going to meet the future demand of the area. You said data centers, people, and so on, population growth. I wonder how much of this generation is sort of earmarked for the green hydrogen, how much for data centers, and how much is it actually for the general population? Do you have some sort of a breakup of this?
No, those are examples of where demand growth could occur.
Because otherwise, Southland, I think we account for about 7% of the country's energy usage. Is
count Manapuri?
Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if it's that high, yeah.
And we are 2% of the country's population, so is this all going to be used in Southland?
Well, pretty much all of Manapuri goes to the smelter.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing, I understand from PowerNet, there are about 230 megawatts of connections out there waiting to be made to meet demand. And yeah, there could be situations where there is an issue in Southland if the generation isn't built down this way or becomes elsewhere. So
I'm just curious, do you have statistics on population? What sort of population numbers are you expecting to?
I didn't have stats, I just have an example of where demand could come from. So yeah, but I know that the Fonterra boilers, if they are electrified, they would chew up quite a significant chunk of the generation from the wind farm. So their demands are quite high from a gigawatt hour perspective.
Right. Is there anything else for electricity providers in terms of subsidies besides, of course, what the ETS gives, the incentives of the ETS? Is there anything else?
But the ETS doesn't give any benefit to renewable projects. But
in terms of implicit, you're heading towards that. But beyond that, is there anything else?
There's no leg up or funding from the government, no.
There's none.
There was a scheme years ago called you could get credits for doing renewable schemes, but that was closed in 2010, I think. It was only there for a short period of time.
Okay. Right, because you see overseas that the Norwegian Ørsted and a few others scrapping their wind farms rapidly, especially over the last couple of weeks as we are hearing news of hundreds of millions of dollars of work being scrapped. What sort of risks do we face in New Zealand?
Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of per se on those specific projects, but I do believe that in a lot of those European projects, they were given a subsidy by the government to leg up, and then when that subsidy came off, they were uneconomic. And that's why they're being closed, because they haven't got the leg up from the government anymore. But we don't get a leg up from the government for our projects. They have to stand on their own merits.
I guess it's for your case, it's more for the businesses getting legislative privilege, isn't it? Like Fonterra has to do it, and a few others have to do it, and so on to meet their emission targets. So it's sort of implicit, not explicit, like it's overseas. More on those lines.
I think Fonterra still have to make their own business case work. Yeah. Going to electricity, so they'd have to negotiate a contract. So I don't see how that.
But you don't have any particular population projections, though,
in
your calculations. Thank you.
Cool, just conscious of time, but I've got a couple more questions from Councillor O'Brien and then...
Through you, Worship. Just very asked part of the question that I was going to ask, but just my question is you've got an overall budget of $1 billion and you're talking about a $10 to $12 million per year maintenance sort of cost associated with that. Does that take into account in perpetuity the lifetime of the asset and taking into account the things like repairs and maintenance and upgrades, insurance and depreciation over that lifetime of that asset?
I believe so. I took that from the report, so I believe that's the case. That's the way they assessed it.
Okay. It would be good to get some clarity around that.
On that.
Worship, thank you for your report today, and I'm very pleased to see that you are asking the EPA to incorporate the West Catlins Conservation Society in the proceedings. My question is really around the often in a resource consent that doesn't go through the fast track process. Everybody that's involved gets their own
or your reviews get peer reviewed and peer reviewed, and everybody has an opinion. For the reports that you've had prepared, who is peer reviewing that information?
So with your standard process, generally the consent application goes in and there's an element of peer review that can sit with the applicant per se. So we can choose off our own back to get reports peer reviewed. When the application is lodged, generally council or councils will engage their own experts to look through those technical reports and come out with, which generally is a long list of questions held in a request for further information. For this particular one, the reports will go into the EPA. And the EPA, given the nature of some of the reports, and particularly I would say ecology and landscape, I suspect that they will be peer reviewed given their substantive nature and the issues attached to ecology at the moment as well, and the focus. I suspect there will be a lot of comments coming through in terms of landscape and visuals. So once it goes to the EPA in this particular process, we cannot predetermine how the EPA will assess it in terms of their own peer reviews, but what I suspect is that across acoustics, most of the amenity factors, acoustics, ecology and landscape, I would suspect that they will have a technical peer reviewer. But ultimately the decision maker and the panel need to be confident in the material, and I think it would be, from my experience and what I've heard, they do use peer reviews through that process, but I cannot guarantee that.
It would be reassuring to know that.
Oh, sorry. Can I just add one more thing there? What else is happening at the moment too is we are engaging with councils in particular, so Gore, Southland, Clutha, Environment Southland and Otago Regional Council as well. Southland Regional Council, Environment Southland have their own in-house team in terms of biodiversity, wetland and freshwater ecology, and their team have got copies of the reports and are reviewing them and have provided us comments back. Southland District Council, a copy of the appropriate reports for them in terms of your jurisdiction are going through to their staff today and Friday. There's also opportunities where we will talk through those reports as well. So they'll have them in advance and the ability to look through them. But for the most part, with our stakeholders and mana whenua, we have attempted to take people on a journey as we do the surveys, as we understand the impacts and then look to what the mitigations are, so it won't be landing cold on people's desks at this time.
Thank you.
Councillor Duffy?
I just have heard comments made about the red lights on turbines at night, and I'm just wondering, is there any mitigation possible for that, or is the requirement that each turbine has its own red light, or can it be sort of more general? Or
Can you announce that?
Yeah, that's that.
Chip in if I get it wrong. So the CAA have rules about turbine lighting, and in the rules it specifies, what needs to be done, and then at the end it says, or you can engage an aeronautical engineer to do an assessment and see what something else is appropriate. So we've gone down that route to challenge them on their rules or challenge them on their base case lighting, and so the report has been done, and there's been an initial discussion with CAA. And I don't want anyone to quote this or put any words, but we're hoping to get to the lights lit, needed to be lit, than what the rules say. So we're hoping to get to that point. It sounds like we've got a good case. The lighting requirements are really in regards to, the bar is set for wind turbines close to airports or runways. That's not the case here. So it's a really good argument for there to be a significantly fewer number of turbines lit than what the base case rules would indicate. So that's where we're hoping to get to. But ultimately, it is the CAA who determine. But we are essentially going through a process with an independent report to challenge them on their base case rules. So hopefully, far fewer lights or turbines we need to be lit.
And there's a condition being proffered or offered through the process to effectively hold us to account on that, to continue to talk to CAA to, I guess we can't influence what CAA says, or we can't determine, but we can influence through that process. So.
Thank you. The final question from Councillor Myers.
Oh, thanks, Your Worship. I was just, your earlier comment was around the GFC stopping this project the first time round. I was wondering why that happened.
A lot of developers around New Zealand put all their projects on hold because they were no longer going to be economic because the demand growth wasn't there. So a lot of industry was closing and we had a drop in demand. and a lot of generation had been built around 2009 and 10 with geothermal. And so there was an oversupply situation in the New Zealand market, so no need for new power stations for the foreseeable future at that point in time. So it didn't make sense for those companies to hold the options, because with a wind farm option, you might be paying a landowner an annual rent to hold the option available and things like that. So yeah, it was just one of those projects that got put on the back burner or discarded for that reason at that time.
Probably to add to that in the current climate as well is that we now have quite specific climate change targets with the system geared towards electrifying process heat and transportation. So that's continuing to maintain that demand and that demand growth as we go into the future as well.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Stephen Bridget, for coming along. And
thank you for having us.
For having us. Yep.
So we've got a recommendation here that we receive the report titled Public Energy Update on Proposed Southland Wind Farm. Someone in a position to move? Councillor Keast, Councillor Graney, all in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Yes, that's carried. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming along together as well. And that, I think, concludes our council meeting for the day.
Yes.
So we're now going to move to.
I don't know.
I will declare the meeting closed.
Kia ora koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa. It's my pleasure to introduce Rebecca McElray from McElray Consulting, and she has been engaged by Council to work with us on our art and heritage strategy. I think you got sent out a presentation from the owner, and so...
No, I saved it to the G drive. That's as far as it went. It didn't go.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. We thought it had got sent out. So I'm going to hand over to Rebecca.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me here. As Karen said, my name is Rebecca. I live in Paris and I have my own company called McElray Consulting, of which I started about 6 years ago, just after I had babies, so that I can travel for work every day. But my business is based in Wanaka now, and I deal with, or I work with a lot of councils around Otago and Southland, as well as other organisations as well, and community, a lot of community as well. So we do strategy work and engagement. So thanks for having us here today, and we'll start with the presentation, seeing as you haven't seen it, which is fine.
I'm not sure if Fee has run off to check on something.
Okay.
Do we know?
No, we'll just carry on.
Sorry?
She's not for this.
Right.
Okay. So as Karen said,
we...
I'm going to try and be IT man here.
Oh, you're moving
it forward.
Yeah, I might have the actual IT man to come.
Oh, maybe
and if Michael can wear a different hat.
It's funny enough, that's one area I'm not looking after.
I developed a book so we don't have some ridiculous fella. Just steer clear.
Meeting over.
It's nearly there, Sheree.
Right, I'm going to go home.
I've got the presentation.
It was there for a second.
Screen back on.
Oh, yes. And I think we should have to move that.
If it was a Panasonic projector.
Yeah. Mouse with a.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay. Start again. Okay, so as Karen said, we have been engaged by STC to develop your arts and heritage strategy for Southland District. So throughout this process, we've actually engaged with many stakeholders, and we're really talking to you guys today to share some of the findings of the engagement that we've had, and also to take some guidance regarding the vision of Southland District Council for Arts and Heritage in Southland. So this is just a bit of a draft vision, which I've pulled together based on the engagement that we've had, but this is really draft, and very happy to have your feedback as well during this workshop on this. So this is around the vision for Southland District as our arts and heritage is celebrated, cohesive and innovative, fostering inclusivity, preserving history and driving progress. So that, again, it's just a draft, and I would love to get your feedback after this presentation on that. So our engagement, so we have, for the arts, we have engaged with the following arts organisations and funders via one-on-one phone interviews. So you'll see there's the Penny Drops Arts, Southland District Arts Trust and Southland Photographic Society, and a number of other organisations there as well. We've engaged with Fiordland College, Aparima College and Central Southland College. We've gone and done workshops with them. We've also put an online community survey out to residents in your district, of which we got 54 respondents. But as part of my other work, I've worked with Arts Marahiku as well around their baseline report that they have developed, and as part of that we actually sent out some and did some one-on-one interviews with artists and arts practitioners within Southland District. So we've pulled out of the Southland District artists. And we also did a community survey as well there, so you've got 34 responses from that. So we've kind of brought it all together. So some of the community feedback on arts, and you can see they really reflect each other. So for Southland District Council, for the online survey that we had through Southland District Council, one of the questions we asked was, do you feel that there are enough arts and or heritage experiences in Southland? And you can see there 70% said there would be great to have more. With the Arts Marahiku online arts community survey, we actually asked the similar question. So we asked which of these statements best applies to you in relation to attending events. And again, you'll see over 80% there said ideally they would like to attend more. We asked what the barriers are to experiencing arts and heritage in Southland through your online survey. And a lot of it was around lack of awareness. In fact, that came out as the most common issue for most of your areas. And also that they're too far away from anything that's happening. And also it's hard to find the time, and the cost of ticket entry were also the most popular reasons. And again, you've seen the same thing from both of the surveys that were conducted. We also asked what the barriers were from preventing Southland from having a visible, valued and vibrant arts sector. And the closure of your major arts facilities came out as top, followed very closely again by your geographical location. Having lack of community art spaces as well to exhibit, and also lack of value placed on arts practitioners. And that there is no coordinated arts promotion and awareness as well, and lack of resources. We asked where can Southland improve in offering arts and heritage opportunities, and again, it came out very strongly around if people knew that they were on. Also, if arts and heritage events were of high quality, so some people talked about the quality that was being provided. Also, if there were more arts and heritage events that appealed to people, if the price of the tickets were cheaper, and if they were confident about feeling welcome. Yeah, that was interesting. We asked what the top 5 areas that they would like to see developed in relation to art. And so art galleries and exhibitions came out as the top, followed by Māori arts, performing arts, live music, arts workshops and events, It was for artists, arts practitioners, but also for general community. Street art came out really strongly, as well as visual arts and international arts events. Through the artist practitioner survey that we did for Arts Marahiku, we asked the artists what they thought would be important to Southland's future as a creative region, and we pulled out the ones that related directly or live in Southland District, and they came up with funding for both artists and facilities, education, programs, lecturers, more resources, public art galleries, more spaces to display and perform, support for businesses and dedicated council staff. We also held a workshop with your creative communities group, and here are some of the opportunities and challenges that they saw. So some of the main opportunities they saw was to connect and celebrate with mana whenua events such as Polyfest, Waitangi and Matariki. They looked at one of the other opportunities was getting more people, especially our young people, involved, and that came out really strongly throughout the heritage stuff as well, which we'll go over soon. Supporting our aspirational thinkers and influencers, taking art to the people. So, for example, Arts Marahiku workshops for both arts practitioners and community, which is what we spoke about before. Increased connectedness between arts advocates, and also funding. So they talked about developing a funding database where all arts practitioners could go on, or community groups that were looking at developing arts projects, so that they could understand where they could apply for funds. And the challenges they talked about was having non-supportive attitudes by the arts, read the arts by decision makers, it's not valued, Southland is isolated from main centres and national performances, so the cost of attending anything is high. Funding, again, balance of funding support. They did kind of talk about arts versus sports, and sports seems to get a little bit more funding or a lot more funding than the arts. People are time poor, and at the moment in the environment that we're living in, there's less discretionary spend, so arts seem to go off the priority list for a lot of families and people. Limited awareness around what is happening, so again you can see that as a theme coming in as well. Encouraging art from a young age and availability of programs within schools, and also keeping the artists linked. And here are some of our opportunities and challenges from our young people. So the opportunities that our young people saw were South Sea Spray in Te Anau, arts awards at school, having an art activator, speakers from people who already have a career in art. So a lot of children didn't think that they could actually have a career in art. So they were saying, well, actually it'd be really good to understand the kind of career paths that we could have. Having more local artists exhibit, having some travelling productions, better comms with schools around what events and activities are happening, and we were talking to Riverton and Efrema, and they were saying they didn't even realise when the Hokanui fashion week was on up in Gore, so just things like that. And I think they've got a special kind of program that they do with kids for that, and they just weren't aware of when it was on and how they could become part of it. Advertising for auditions for students and performers that are outside Invercargill as well, so that they were talking in relation to theatre groups and performing arts. And some of the challenges was having no live music venues and no venues for under-18s, no galleries and places to exhibit, no scholarship opportunities, transport and travel, that came out quite a lot, access to resources, for example, digital equipment. They found it hard to find out about and join bands and clubs and things. Don't know what's going on. They felt it was a bit cliquey, it's all about who you know, and also having a lack of Māori and Pacifica art. So then we looked at funding to arts organisations by this council and your community boards as well. So this is just to kind of give you a little bit of an overview of what's happening with your council. So with creative communities, you get $38,000 from the Creators Community Scheme, and that is distributed fully throughout Southland District as well. So 100% of that goes to your organisations and individuals in Southland. You have the Val May Robinson Art Scholarship, which is $2,500 annually. With the last District Initiatives Fund, you gave $2,000 to the Winter Men's Friendship Club, and there's also $8,000 there that is being distributed by community boards through the Community Partnerships Fund to arts organisations. So in total, excluding creative communities, because that funding comes in from central government, Southland District Council itself gives around $12,500 to arts organisations on an annual basis. And this is just 2022-23 that I've looked at.
Sorry.
Yes.
How about the museum?
Yeah, we're getting to that.
Yep. So this is just arts at the moment. So here we go, our heritage. So obviously this is a heritage strategy as well. So we've engaged with the following museums, with all of your museums via one-on-one interviews, phone interviews. And we've also engaged with your roving museum officer, with Heritage South, Community Trust South and Southland Regional Heritage Committee. And obviously there's the 54 respondents to the online community survey there. In terms of heritage, we asked on the online survey, do you agree that our heritage in Taonga is accessible to all? And you'll see there that around 28% said that it is. So you have 36% who neither agree or disagree with that statement, and then the rest disagree or strongly disagree. We asked if our community thought that our heritage in Taonga is shared and celebrated well. Again, you have 22% that agree with that, and you have over 35% who neither disagree or agree, and then you have over 40% who disagree or strongly disagree. We also asked if our community thought that Council was doing enough to protect our heritage in Taonga for future generations, and you'll see there that about 12% agreed with this statement, over 40% neither disagreed or agreed, and over 40% disagreed or strongly disagreed. And some of the comments there, we often have small struggling institutions being governed by people with no experience and without the training or knowledge to provide services and experience to a wide range of people. I don't think they're doing anything at all about Fiordland. Council is not providing enough support to the small museums in Southland, and most collections are locked away and sitting on their hands for years with no thought for smack. So these are just some of the comments that I've pulled out in relation to the council, what the community thought. So the top areas that respondents would like to see developed relating to heritage in Southland were around funding, having operational funding for museums. Built heritage and social history, protecting our heritage buildings, protecting and telling our stories. This one came out quite strongly, heritage orchards, which I think I heard one down in Riverton, but I've never heard of any other ones. But it came out...
I'm surprised it came from Riverton.
Right, yeah. So it came out quite a few times. So the need to promote more and ensure that each town has one came out. Our Māori heritage and history, we need to further promote and celebrate that. Reopen the Southland Museum and Art Gallery. Develop heritage trails, including museum trails, natural heritage sites, etc. And develop a museum and art gallery in Fiordland. So we did some engagement with all of your museums. So the main opportunities that they saw was around the bounce back in tourism at the moment. So they thought that was quite good for their museums and it could boost their revenue. They looked at things like they could see opportunities around short-term exhibitions. But they would like to improve marketing and promotion. So they thought that there could be potential admin marketing person to help all museums in the area to develop brochures, advertising and coordinate between the museums. And then a big thing that they all talked about actually was around education engagement. So having the potential to engage with schools and offer educational resources. Again, they talked about a person to be able to do this for all of the museums. And some museums said that without SMAG, other museums have to pick up school groups, however they don't have the resources, skill set and time to take them through. They looked at the opportunities around exploring online sales to reduce reliance on visitor numbers. And digital storytelling. I've got my community engagement one came out first. So community engagement as well. They looked at expansion, so seeking funding or partnerships for a new building. So Wyndham talked about that. Member activities, so continue competitions and member activities that they're already doing. Collaborating with hubs for special events. Again, developing heritage trail, and also inventory management, which came out quite a bit as well. So the two main challenges that we got back for the feedback through museums was around funding. So they talked about having limitations in their funding and financial resources. I have to say they were very appreciative of the funding that they do get from council, and they also were really appreciative of your roving museum officer. But they do find that there are a lot of limitations in operational funding, and it's really hard to try and get grants for this. The heavily reliance on grants was a challenge, and the lack of skill set to actually develop those funding applications as well was also a challenge. And they also talked about financial challenges relating to building improvements. And their second main challenge there was around their limited resources. They talked about limited manpower. Again, around that school groups, who don't have the time, the resource, or the skill sets to do so. They talked about difficulty attracting volunteers and younger members. So they did say that their volunteer base was one of their main strengths as well. And in fact, I think one of the historical societies has up to 60 volunteer members, which was awesome to see. But they can see that they're an ageing population as well, and they find it really hard to get younger members on board for the sustainability of this. They also talked about difficulty in securing tradespeople from out of town, and they said that often the approved council contractors are not often local, so it's a bit harder. And again, around housing the museum's collections effectively and being able to catalogue. So then we looked into the funding to heritage organisations by Southland District Council and community boards. You see there you've got your District Heritage Fund, which is distributed, thank you, to museums throughout Southland as annual grants for operational costs. So there's about $74,000 there, and I've just put a column there saying what percentage of funding goes directly back to Southland District. So obviously the 100% goes back to Southland District there. We've got your Southland Regional Heritage Committee, of which Southland District Council grants $638,000 to. And then as looking back to what comes directly back to Southland, you've got your roving museum officer as part of this, which is $60,000, and Community Trust South also pay $15,000 for this position. The discretionary grants that have come back through in the 2022-23 year to the Southland District, to organisations and individuals within the Southland District, comes to $18,000, and your discretionary grants that go to individuals and organisations who receive funding that will benefit the entire Southland region adds up to about $7,000. So the funding that you are getting back directly to Southland is $86,000, which is about 13.6% of the funding that you give to the Southland Regional Heritage Committee. Community boards there, you've got $22,900, which is distributed to museums throughout Southland, and you've got STC operational funding, $10,000 distributed to the Hickory Museum, and I think there was $750 given to Heritage South in the last financial year as well. Excuse me. So as part of this project strategy and looking around grants distributed by Southland Regional Heritage Committee, you'll see there that we've got a table up here. So Invercargill City Council gives just over $1 million to the Southland Regional Heritage Committee. Gore District gives $230,000 and Southland District gives $638,000. So the funding received from the Southland Regional Heritage Committee to the Invercargill City area is $1.229 million, which is 21.8% more than what they put in. Gore District, they receive back as a grant $193,361, and as a percentage of the district discretionary grants, which of $7,700, they received a direct benefit back to their community, to their district, $201,000, which is 87.4% of the funding that they put into the Southland Regional Heritage Committee. And this goes to, they've got an arts and heritage curator, so some of that funding goes to that position, and I think other parts of the funding will go to facilities. In Southland District there, again, you put in $638,000, you receive back $86,500 directly, which is 13.6% of the funding. So I actually did a little bit of a comparison to Otago Museum as well. So the Southland Regional Heritage Committee, you'll see their percentage of total income that they put in to the Southland Regional Heritage Committee. Invercargill City is 54%, Southland District put in 34%, and Gore District put in 12%. In Otago Museum, as a comparison, Dunedin City Council put in 94% of funding to that museum. Central Otago District put in 1% of funding, Clotha District put in 4% of funding, and Waitaki District put in 1% of funding. Yeah, it's discussion. So that's a lot of information to take in. I definitely understand that. So what I was really wanting to do is, one, this is just the feedback stage, so I'm still gathering information stage for this strategy. So what I'm really wanting to know are, what the council sees as opportunities and challenges in relation to arts and heritage for Southland District, and probably want to have a bit of a discussion around that heritage side of it as well.
It might be worth just noting as well, we're still working with Taumara in terms of getting mana whenua input into this. It's just the time frame for that is likely to be in the new year, given the resources available. But we realised that it will only ever come together with that sense of partnership coming back to the table. We felt it was important just to bring you what we had and just show you the general direction we're heading in, rather than wait for the perfect answer. So yeah, there'll be more of this down the track, but definitely keen to engage with you at this stage as well.
Yeah, what's glaringly obvious to me is the last, 2 slides ago, that we feel like the poor cousins when you look at the amount that we're giving out. It's Christine?
I think the questions have been sitting there for a wee while in relation to the heritage contribution. But noting, I think, Paul, that's set up in contractual form until mid-2025 with a automatic 1% increase by each ratepayer every year. So that's not something that's able to be changed in the immediate future. But I wonder myself, as an opportunity to look not at the amount given to the Heritage Committee, but look overall at what our needs are in the district and how they can be met as a whole. Because I think offhand, and I may be totally wrong about this, it's currently costing each ratepayer about $45, slightly more a year. Can anyone? $30.
So $30, but that's just for this part of what you put into heritage.
Yes.
So it will be a bit more than that with all of the other grants.
Yes, and so there's been a percentage increase there as well because it's automatic. So, but I think it would be unfortunate if we just concentrated on one aspect. But we need to look at it as a whole, because the conversations you've related up there will not be a surprise, I think, to most of us. And there's been increasing requests for funding coming in to council. But at the end of the day, I think we've got kind of, it's not quite discrete, but we've got a certain amount available, which is not going to meet all those needs. But we want to be solution focused about this. So in what ways, can we get best value, I guess, across our area out of the rates that come in without necessarily giving an indication or promise of that will just increase to meet the need expressed by the community, particularly when there might be other ways that the community can find solutions to that rather than money coming from the ratepayer.
And then how much subsidising are we doing? Like, I understand it's a regional approach, but are we subsidising our neighbouring councils too much in that regional? I've got Margie and then Paul.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Rebecca. Excuse my voice. I sit as chair of Creative, so really it was a great meeting we had. And the biggest thing came up about isolated communities, and I also sit as a trustee for Arts Murahuku. And always the whole regional approach seems to be a lot of the focus with Arts Murahuku, specifically around that significant amount of funding seemed to be Invercargill driven. And those strong conversations that we have around the table, how do we direct some of this out into the district? And they talk about an arts activator. There are 2 arts activator in there that are for the region. It's how do we get them out and about into the Southland district? They've been to Gore. We need a regional approach. I'm horrified to think that we've only spent 12,500 on arts. Obviously, some of these towns that are very vibrant are getting that funding elsewhere. I spoke around that database for funding, and it's a clear need, not just for the arts, but also push that for everything, because access for that, I'll just, what else can I say? Heritage, we need more of the funding coming our way.
I didn't see any reference to the Project ARC spending that went into the district.
Okay.
So,
Was that in the last 2022, 23?
well, it's been ongoing over the last probably 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll need
It's
to
a
get some of that.
substantial amount of money. The Te Hikoi operational grant is up now close to 15,000 because it's inflation adjusted. It was set at 10 for a start.
Okay.
And it comes out of the regional heritage grant. I think too, we just need to be mindful that there is 4,200,000 items at SMAG, that 70% of which originated from our Southland area. So we have to think of the whole regional picture.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you for that, Rebecca. Talking about solutions-based initiatives and talking to mana whenua as well, that engagement. Invercargill's built a $15 million marae, the Murihuku marae, and the local runanga have said that it's not just for Māori, it's for everyone. And they have explicitly said we want to invite as many people into this space as we possibly can. And based on some of those survey challenges that you've spoken about, I just wonder whether or not some of that solutions-based stuff could actually be realised within the Murihuku marae. Because I'm sure that, I'm ashamed to say it, but I haven't visited it, but I'm really thoroughly looking forward to going and having a look around and I've seen photos and it looks like an incredible space. And I can certainly see the arts, music. It's going to be a great education space, and it would certainly solve probably a lot of the issues around maybe some of the heritage, cultural, museum questions, even if it's just on a temporary basis. So do you know if there's any discussion around?
So we are really at the really early stages of our discussions with iwi at the moment. So what they're doing is they're going back to their board with the four runaka, and they're going to be discussing this whole process around the strategies. Really at the early stages, but this is something, you know, we can bring up with them when we're at that stage. Definitely. Yeah.
Thank you. I think probably around this table we need to work out where we value the arts, because we've got very diverse opinions at times as well. And what it brings, like the cultural impact, the environmental contribution, the social cohesion, the economic advantages as well. We need to, you know, I think some of us need to think a bit differently. I'm just putting my opinion out there. It enriches the lives of youth, families, and local businesses, and district. How do we balance that out? You know, people say it's a nice to have, but actually it's not just a nice to have, but it brings so much more to our communities, in our towns, in our region. And of course, we're working on the South Sea Spray project. What's that going to bring to Southland as a whole, not just Winton and its surrounds? So I think we need to be starting to think really strongly around our own strategy and what we want to see Southland look like in 10, 30, 50 years' time. And if we don't start investing in the arts, we're going to have some little towns that are going to look pretty dreary and...
I think you're right, sorry, Sarah, but I think you're right, but I also think that it's like any sort of approach, it has to be a targeted approach, and it has to be validated. It has to be sort of it has to be really specific and measurable, and we have to see. I know it's hard. It's a hard space to have conversations around in terms of tangible benefit, in inverted commas, but those things can be measured, and I do believe that. So I think, yeah, it's the same old chestnut around a lot of discussions that we have. You know, that prioritisation, that you know, how thinly do we spread ourselves? And you're right. You know, all of us have different ideas and feelings about what that looks like. So yeah, it can be a sticky one.
I've put the economic advantages. This is in my endorsement to South Sea Spray for the grant. By stimulating commerce, this initiative contributes to the economic well-being of Winton and the wider Southland district. And my last paragraph is I endorse South Sea Spray project with the goals and responsibilities laid out for local government. For Murahiku to survive, we must embrace initiatives that offer comprehensive benefits for our current and future generations. I'll flick this out to everybody.
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly with that. I just think it's a bit like, you know, we had that presentation before around the wind farm thing. You know, they're saying, well, we're proposing to do this, but we're also saying that these are the relative negative aspects and these are the positive aspects. I think we just need to be wary of that as well.
It's also the stewardship, you know, when you do something, what it brings to people. So spend more money on arts.
I think there's also, you need to think that while these are direct figures, there's also money put into community halls, which creates a space. I mean, I know in the Winton Memorial Hall, you know, the Floral Arts Society use that, and numerous other events. So there is a factor there. But then when we're building things, I'm thinking parks, reserves, incorporating art not as an add-on or an extra, but as is there a way that you can do this that creates an art or heritage factor in it without necessarily a cost? But, you know, so if you're doing a new park, does the playground have a place where kids can do something artistic as part of it? And so it's not necessarily an and or, but it's just a
complementary.
It's a thinking. Part of the process is to think about how what you're doing could stimulate art or could stimulate. I always think art and music, because there you go, Matt. I always have to remember art, music is part of arts, but yeah, to link it.
Many councils throughout New Zealand do that as well, and they look at their infrastructure projects and how they can incorporate art throughout their infrastructure projects.
Don and then Matt.
Thank you. thanks, Rachel. Sorry, Rebecca.
Either or, it's fine.
I'm pleased that you've brought up that disparity, the amount of money that the Invercargill ratepayers are putting into their district versus where our money's going to their district too. So it would seem pretty obvious to me that that could be a starting point for us to start investing in art and creativity in our districts. So, I mean, that's pretty exciting. So thanks for that. That's all. Ethan Hawke, I'm coming round to your way of thinking, Maggie. I didn't think it was so important. Then Ethan Hawke, I saw something he did, and he said how important art was. Like if you lose a child or you lose your mum or dad and you go to the poets, has anyone else felt like this? And then he's just sort of illustrated how vital art is for your humanity. And I'm on board.
How are you, Don?
I'm from Japan, you change your whole tune.
Realistic approach. That's good.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know.
So I've just been hearing a few opportunities actually and just jotting them down. So that was one of the questions that I had, was around what opportunities Southland District Council see for your arts and heritage. So I can just like kind of list them out, and then you can kind of tell me any more that you might have or that you might think of. So it was around the arts activators, getting them out into Southland District, as well as your database for funding. We looked at the marae, the Marahiku Marae, as a space for arts, music education. So I guess working with iwi on that, we talked about spaces and halls that you already do have, and also incorporating arts, like having, incorporate them as a factor when you're looking at other projects and things throughout council, not as an add-on. So is there any other opportunities?
Yeah, I've got Matt and Sarah, but yeah, do you want to jump in, Matt, and then Sarah can go?
Yeah, cheers, Terry. I'm a bit weird on this one, honestly, because I am an arts practitioner in Murihiku. I've chosen to be here. I've come from a background of practicing the arts in places like New York City, and that I guess I've come from a background where the arts is fundamentally supported by philanthropy and personal value to the arts. I currently am in an environment where my ability to be an arts practitioner is unfortunately heavily dependent on the alcohol sales industry, and that's just the nature of what it takes to earn a crust. The study so far, the facts, that perception and value and appreciation to art practitioners in order to, I guess, have them in the communities and make it enable that they can survive. It plays a big part, and I can agree that not all of Southland does show that appreciation, but art is subjective. So if we're talking about a mural on a wall, or a sculpture in a park, or music being blasted through a sound system, it is all pretty subjective. So that's the nature of that beast. But the irony is I choose to live in Southland, but most of, I'd say 100% of my actual business income comes from outside of the region. As an arts practitioner, what that allows me to do is actually just contribute to the arts in my community. So I haven't ever applied to creative communities, but I have worked with 2 different primary schools who have applied through creative communities funding, and they've brought groups of 10 primary school kids to the studio here, and we've spent a day and I've taught them the art of sound production, and we've recorded songs for the school that the students wrote, and then they came and produced it here in the studio. And I've given special value of my time to do that, and then there's been the funding stream from creative communities to achieve that as well. I also donate a lot of instruments from the studio to people in the community. If someone shows interest in learning an instrument and I've got a spare one, I just go, here, take that and use it. and use sound systems that if someone in Queenstown wanted, it's my business is hiring a PA system, but if someone in the local community needs a sound system for their kid's birthday party, I just go and use it. And I'm not trying to boast what I do, but I'm painting the picture that me being in my community and able to be in my community is what allows me to present arts into the community. And I don't ask my community to fund that. I just need the ease of being in the community to be able to deliver that. So as far as like an art strategy and what does council's obligations, I'm actually kind of the opposite. I don't see that council needs to be funding all of the streams of creating art. There's areas that council can just make it easier for artists to be and deliver in their own communities. And then where it does come into factors of, there's not a lot of live music venues. The Lumsden Hall is just shit. I'd never put on live music there. It's terrible acoustics. It's got terrible electronics. It's got no sound system. It's got, and people say, oh, what would it take to get music? And I'm like, I wouldn't even put my time into trying to deliver something there. And that's where council needs to meet halfway and providing within the scope of what I've just written a wee list. So council facilities need to be fit for purpose. When it comes to events and things, the ease of doing business through resource management applications, things like the district plan need to be able to enable things like murals and installation of sculptures and making those things easy. As far as access to events, access to sites, Te Pukenga in Invercargill's got an amazing creative arts facility, which happens to be in a heritage building, film, art, music, performing arts, digital arts, audio production. But the problem is, how does a kid from Te Anau engage in that opportunity? Someone graduating Fiordland College, how are they enticed to be able to stay within their community, go and be educated in that facility, and then maybe be an artist in their community that can give back to their community? Those are the things that a strategy that affects council and council business can help facilitate the arts without necessarily just throwing dollars at things. As far as heritage, my personal view, and it doesn't really help that Manuta Taonga Ministry for Culture and Art and Heritage is all lumped into one. I don't see heritage and art as, they are linked, but they are also quite opposing. One's quite focused on the past, and art is quite focused on creating and creating into the future. As soon as art's created, then it becomes heritage, yes. But as far as funding streams and priorities, you essentially are putting into the same silo art practitioners with museums, and they're very, very different things, different deliveries. And I think I'd like to see central government as well kind of split those up, because there was a lot of contention, particularly around COVID times, as far as as far as both of those industries being lumped into the same category. So that was a little rant from me, but I think there's opportunities to just let art be art and let artists be artists and contribute. That's what generally people who want to be in the arts, that's the type of people they are. They like to be appreciated, but they don't necessarily like to look for handouts either. And I think there's things that can be done on a more strategic level rather than just looking at funding mechanisms. It's actually just, well, what can be done in the LTP and community facilities and district plans and things like that to let this shit just work organically.
Well said.
Can I just ask for some clarification on your thoughts on the Lumsden Hall?
Interestingly, on acoustics, there's some, to go back to one of Derek's earlier comments this morning about wool and insulation, there's some really good opportunities for wool to be used in acoustic treatment in facilities, and it's not just for arts. It makes it better for meetings and for everything. I think Winton's already experienced getting some good upgrades, and now that facility is more fit for purpose. But if we're looking at halls, or we're looking at rationalising and what ones are, or if we're looking at, you know, what's the long-term plan with some of those halls, some of them actually just need a little bit of love, and it will be amazing what they can actually achieve if they've been given that opportunity.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, I actually agree with a lot of what Max just said. I think we have to stop doing things in isolation, and I think we have a massive risk in this space of doing this in isolation of everything else that's going on. And one of the words that's not been used in this conversation is tourism, and actually where tourism fits into the picture, because actually it's not our locals that go time and time again to see some of our fixed heritage assets. It's our visitors, and nobody's talked about tourism and how that links in at this point. So I think you know, there's some big opportunities there, some big opportunities for the rainy day activities. And I mean, I'm still on the Fiordland Museum Trust, which was basically sat in abeyance for 3 years. It was going to, or had put an application in for PGF funding, and we haven't talked about central government funding at all. And there's been some noises made that the PGF may come back into play with a new government. Whether it will or not, I have no idea. But I think we need to start looking at you know, really considering avoiding siloed approach and looking at things in isolation. I agree with the comments that have been made on us enabling and supporting as a council. Acoustics is certainly one part of it. You know, there's lots of other factors like providing infrastructure so that artists can come to specific places. I've been to some amazing places overseas where the infrastructure's there to come bring your statue or bring your whatever for public display, and actually have a whole collection through a village or a town where people then, it's a destination, and it's a reason and a purpose to visit, and you can wander around that town or that place, whether it be, you know, a light show, which is very modern, or whether it be some sort of piece of sculpture. You know, there's those types of opportunities, I think, that are available, and it is about us then having a look at how we enable and support. That's my piece of two-penny worth.
It fits into our open spaces and stuff too.
It fits into open spaces. We just think it's this, again, it's just this risk of looking at things in a really siloed way.
Because the other thing I was thinking about before, like this morning, we had a sports rural travel fund allocations, but that's only for a certain sector of sports kids to be able to get there. So is there an opportunity through creative communities or something to have an arts rural travel fund, so that to Matt's point, for then kids to get to Invercargill or wherever those things are, to be able to
take that back to creative. Do we take that back to Creative New Zealand, because my pot of money is never enough?
Yeah, I'm not saying the local one, I'm actually saying at a national level from that, like Sport New Zealand does it. So
I totally agree with Nat and Sarah too. It's about community involvement. We're the activators in our community. I've just spent 6 months out at Lime Hill School doing an art project which involved the children and bringing some of these amazing artists in who contributed their time. Our seed money was $3,000 from Creative, and that project out there looks like $1 million. So 2 million, thank you. Now we've just had the 100.
And I wasn't drinking at the weekend.
Rob, the thing you just said was actually discussed at the Arts Marahiku Hui out in Fiordland. Exactly that was, there's opportunities for, if you need to travel for sport, there's potentially subsidies available for that. Why doesn't that exist in the creatives field? So it's a really good point worth advocating for.
I think, we've got to collaborate with some of these people, and I think at times, and I'm going to put it out there, it doesn't leave the room. I think arts, haku, in there.
You are being live streamed.
You are being live streamed.
I'll stop there.
Councillor Duffy?
I just was mention of, I agree with a whole lot of the comments that have been made, and I don't think there's any one looking for handouts to artists, but I think what artists need is visibility and opportunities for visibility, and one of the other aspects was the need to develop audience right across the area, and that's all tied up with that. And then they'll succeed or not on the merit of what they're producing.
Then just to hook into that, then you need to also be having a discussion with Great South and the regional event strategy.
Yeah.
That links very directly in, because we have a really small population. So if we're actually going to promote the arts, then we have to consider who we're promoting it to. And that then becomes a regional strategy. It doesn't become a community strategy, or even if it is community led.
Yeah, well, leading on from those comments there, through the Great South, they have that arts calendar, or events calendar, which will include, but it's up to, again, making sure that the people that are doing the organisations and all the districts actually get on there and say when they're on, like book their spot on the calendar, if you like, so people, and again, getting people to use it, that information there, like the school saying about not knowing how to, or when the Hokanui Fashion Awards are on. Really? I find that a bit strange, really.
Get out.
The students.
It was the students.
Yeah, and actually, even when Margie alluded to the economic benefits, I'm not going to tell you what the number was because it's public information, but the Fiordland Museum Trust did have an economic impact assessment report done when that PGF application went in, and it's a significant amount of money. And once you actually start to add up all these, sometimes there's a reluctance to do economic impact assessment reports, but they actually are really beneficial when you're applying for funding to actually understand what dollar figure can be generated. And when you add all of these things together, it does become significant over a period of time. And I mean, the Trails Trust one give you we know what the economic impact of the Trails Trust one trail is. So that just gives people, those indicative numbers as to, of what it actually can mean to the district and the community and each individual community.
We did some work for Arts Marahiku, and as one of we looked at the funding impact assessment for the Tacit Country, and that was well over $1 million to that district. Yeah.
Can you bring back up your vision?
I can't. I was trying to do that before.
It's always a risk with surveys and getting that feedback, isn't it? Because it's not fact checked usually. So it's going back and looking at that, and there's a lot of people saying they would go to more events if they could, if they knew they were on, if they had more time. But some of the factors are in their control, not in for us to follow up. And we need to distinguish between the two and understand what we can do and what those areas of support may look like. And the other thing is, when we talked about the money going to regional heritage, that was kind of presented without a context about where that money was dispersed and for what. And I think when we come to re-look at that, that's useful information to have. Otherwise, we're just making judgments on the money without how it's spent. Because as Paul pointed out before, it benefits the whole of Southland as well. So there's a number of things we need to consider when we come back to look at that more closely.
That'll go on
I've
the hub.
got it and I'll put it on the hub.
Are you getting enough of the stair?
Yes, I am. So really, I was just was going to talk about the vision, finish on the vision. So I've written down some words here actually that aren't in here, but talking about enabler, supporter, advocate, collaboration, visible. These are some of the words that are coming out around kind of a vision for arts and heritage. Do you have anything else, or even your own vision you want to give me? That's completely formed. Go on.
A point I remember from earlier surveys done for the Arts Marega strategy was one of the barriers to attending arts events was having someone to go with.
Yeah, that was
And so there's a lot of people who live alone and the other barriers around there. Interestingly, we floated an idea of going to the theatre restaurant at our Lions Club, this is at Tokanui, and we've sold 4 tables. So if that hadn't have been suggested, it never would have happened.
There's a couple of things that I picked up on is like the accessibility of actually getting to the events, and also I don't know how this kind of shapes into it, but for us to provide a bit of a platform for things to happen with the likes of like our halls and everything else, sort of utilising what we've got to enable things. It doesn't necessarily have a huge cost associated with it. It just means that sort of fit for purpose.
Well, I remember that Howard Marshall from Arawa giving me advice on a plane, and that led to Wyndham Hall getting a complete acoustics improvement. And it wasn't that hard, it was just having the knowledge to know what to do.
Yeah, well, that Winton Hall's at prime. I mean, that's been night and day from just
Big change. I mean, I used to do it's in there, and now it's.
It even involved wall carpet.
How we actually,
A bit of money spent.
we run into this trouble all the time of actually making sure that people know stuff is on and know it's or know events or know about opportunities and know in sufficient time to do the planning to actually get themselves there. And so it's the same old thing though, isn't it? You know, people have to be reading and looking for opportunities in this regard because it's very difficult to get word out there early enough that people will organise and with enough time.
It's actually really interesting having run a few things in Te Anau. You, as an organiser, the other part is that people commit really, really late.
Which is hard.
Really, really late. And I know that you can book your venue, you can be flying by the seat of your pants, literally wondering, is this going to work? Even just as late as a week before something, and then suddenly, your ticket sales happen or whatever, and actually it becomes a viable proposition. And I don't know exactly how we educate around that, but I think early communication is better than actually holding off, so that people can actually get things in their diary. When you look at some places around the district, like Fielden's now busy. If you want to run an event, you're going to have to pick your time really carefully, but bear in mind your accommodation's full already for a lot of the season. So all those factors actually come into play as well.
What comes into there though is that validation question again. Like there's a plethora of options out there in the event space, and it's hard to get on the calendar if you wanted to organise an event, and all of those challenges that you talked about. And people have talked about that sort of you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink mentality. And an event in particular, if there's a certain relative amount of effort involved, then there are certain obligations on your part that you have to make. Like as an example, I'm going to an event, I have to pay for that event, so I have to pay a deposit for that event to not only give me that okay, I've committed to that now, so it's non-negotiable, I have to do that. That's just one tool in the toolbox, I suppose. But, there's all sorts of variations. There's weather variations. There's Yeah.
There's an event that was being mooted for Tiana. It's been cancelled already because the operators are too busy to come and have a conversation about it because we're into the season already. So there's a lost opportunity as well. So the time factors of things are actually critical. And this event wasn't even due to happen till March. The engagement process was only sort of starting last month. People already got their head down, the bum up. They're trying to recruit people, manage their businesses, and that's where that volunteer piece comes back into it as well.
A really good example, sorry Maggie, I'll let you speak up this. Really good example that Maggie referred to earlier was the Hickory ran an event combining arts and heritage all in one, and it was quite a cool, that helped get that awareness out there to actually get people to attend, because that was a really well done Southland event. I don't know, like, has everyone here actually been to all of our museums? Like, we've all been to Hickory and Switzerland, and yeah, so it's, I think there's a lack of awareness even locally around what we've actually got in our area, and we need to promote that a lot more.
To be fair, that thing about museums, that's why people are quite keen to look at having some sort of trail to promote a trail, around the district. I just wanted to mention about the arts calendars and stuff on Stewart Island. They ended up doing their own, correct me if I'm wrong here, John, website and event calendar, and it's been hugely more successful than, this is for events on the island, and the events have been much better attended because it's on their own calendar, you know what I mean? Like, it's not advertised on the Southland District website or whatever. No, I'm not having a go at comms, Louise, but just saying that, and it's administered by local people as well. So, and I think is it attached to the promotions group? Yeah, but it has increased their attendance at events because people are like, oh, we know it's on because it goes up reasonably early, so that has a bit to do with it. But also because the locals, it's maybe events that are smaller that wouldn't get on a larger platform. And so I'm just thinking in places like Winton and Tiana, it's probably a good idea to do that, to use your local, if that's your audience, you know what I'm saying? But just thought I'd mention that because it has worked really well.
Just there's a an early notification basis, and then perhaps 7 days or 10 days before the event, then you get a more in-depth update on it.
Sorry, Doug, you've been waiting a while.
Thank you. I was going to refer to the arts calendar. Of course, there's a Southland Express as well, but I'm going to talk about silos. We have got Southland Arts, Arts Mirahiku, Creative Communities, Southland District. We've got Creative Communities, Gore District. When do we actually sit together and actually have some conversations about the region? And I'm sitting on Arts Mirahiku, Creative Community. I've never had that. I rang from Gore recently, Creative, just to catch up, and the girls were heading out that way for the arts activators. So we need to start, a total regional...
Fundamental problem right there.
I also just wonder, even the title Arts and Heritage, that concerns me, because if I think about arts and heritage, I don't necessarily think about what Matt does. It is so broad in it when you actually start to unpick it and its intent, that for some people, and it may be an age and generational thing as well, arts is painting, because that's what we did when we were, and at a push maybe pottery and sculpture, because that's what we did at school in an art lesson. Heritage is old. Heritage, going back to somebody's comment, is old because it relates to museums. But actually, when you think about the plethora of other things that does actually fall under the umbrella, I don't know that we effectively embrace it just by saying arts and heritage.
So what do you think it should be then?
I don't know, I don't have the answer. But I'm just throwing it out there that I'm just, I'm just not sure that we...
It comes under culture in general.
The other word that needs to go with arts is diversity, and it's diversity of forms of art and diversity of different ethnic arts, etc. And heritage is really just about stories.
Performance, there's a performance element, I guess.
Yeah, there's performance, yeah.
Did you have something, Christine?
Yeah, I was just talking with a staff member at Great South and talking about a museum trail or whatever, but some of the challenges that's often run by volunteers, so it might only be open Saturday between 2 and 4, and where others are open full time. So some good thinking about how that might work to encourage particularly our visitors and looking into tourists to follow that trail around. So if they are travelling around Southland, when can they link in, not turn up at a place and then find, oh, well, I'll have to wait till next week to be able to...
But I mean, therein lies an opportunity, doesn't it, in terms, under the guise of art, because art can be interpreted in so many ways. And, you know, the IT world is fundamental in terms of how we interpret art in some ways, whether it be, you know, if you talk about the heritage side of stuff and then the present day and into the future. And I would say, well, if I was somebody who wanted to go on the museum trails and visit each one, which, as I said before, I'm ashamed to say I've visited some but not all, and I'd love the ability to be able to go and see them. And based on a museum structure in terms of how you go and visit a museum and how it's curated, maybe we need to be thinking about how that curation, what that curation looks like. And maybe I need to use technology and innovation in the IT industry in order to be able to go and realise that I can visit every museum, but it doesn't necessarily have to have a person in the building at the time, as an example. So I can use my iPhone to enter.
Yes, that's part of what's been done now with Grower and others, but it's just that someone who's visiting the area can pick up something and see where all those options are, but know when they're open or not.
But all of that's linked, isn't it? Like if you're someone who is coming into the area and you need to know about it, you need to know about that good or service. B, how do I access it digitally or otherwise? And thirdly, you know, how do I physically go about experiencing that thing, you know? And I think that there's opportunity there to be able to realise those three things relatively simply through some of that innovation space.
Yeah. But also it may be optional how we can support.
Yeah, totally.
The Wyndham Museum in the last year it was open to the public, got 600 visitors. This year, from January till now, we've had 25,000 online visits.
Wow.
So,
Is there anything else you sort of need to?
Yeah, I think we're just conscious of time, so thank you very much. But if you do think of anything after you leave here that you think would be useful to Rebecca, then just send it to me and I'll send it on to Rebecca. And maybe we could just say what happens from here. So we're still, as Rebecca said, engaging with iwi. And so after we've done that, and I think we've probably got a few other people we'd like to go speak to after speaking here, the process is going to be that we'll be putting together a draft strategy. It'll come. We're hoping to take it back to community boards, have a chat to them about it, and then come back to council and have a chat about it, and then a final one will be done. And this isn't going to happen anytime soon. It's probably going to be, maybe I'll be generous and say the first quarter of next year, but it could be into the second. Yes, I was being optimistic. So yes, I won't get your hopes up and say that in the second quarter of next year we would hope to have got this piece of work done. Yeah. So thank you very much for your time. I think it's been very useful. And yeah, just as I say, send us, if you've got any other ideas, just send them through. Thank you. Cheers.
So we'll just have a quick break now, have a quick update, and then I'll start on board in about 10 minutes, if that's... Or do we want to go straight into it?
I don't know, there's a couple of people. Are you away, Marty?